Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Trackmania fans all around the world. We're back with the Trackmania Seasonal Country Championship Summer Edition. I am Boney. With me is Geek. Welcome. First time casting with you. How are you feeling, man? How are you looking at the match today? We've got Netherlands versus England. What do you think?
Well, this is going to be a pretty exciting match, IMO, and hello everybody who just joined into the Trackmania Esports channel. I'm Thomas Mendoza, aka Cheeky, back again with the Trackmania Seasonal Country Championship Summer 2021. Indeed, England versus the Netherlands. We've got Trega, Henk is me, as well as Jabzo, Astronaut, and Spam on the Dutch team with Boss Bez, Zephyr, Idol, and Mappai from what I can see on the English stream alongside with Epos as well. And we're starting off with well, I guess we should start off by talking with the picks and bans, shall we? So,
Yeah.
first ban was actually from Trega, who banned the third Black Series map, which is actually going to be 23 then. And yeah, it's a map which is definitely like one of the maps that people don't really feel comfortable on. It's basically ice maps. We talked about this with Quantum Deathcat actually last week during the first few roundup of matches. Like there have been bans on 20, there have been bans on 12, which were obvious maps that people don't really feel comfortable on. But then in the end, the people end up getting 23 with the random map picks. Now we see 23 being banned immediately, but not another ice map, which is a bit odd. IMO.
Yeah, sorry, I was also doing some little
Yeah.
technical work here and there. But
Don't worry about it.
I'm looking forward to 22 personally, honestly. As you say, the ice. 23 has a lot of the ice that I enjoy, but 22 should be an interesting one, honestly. I like the speed on this one, a lot of the transitions. I don't expect anybody to go for the skip on this one, because there's some crazy skips you can do. But other than that, I mean, personally, I'm just gonna be rooting for Netherlands all the way through, right? I gotta. I mean,
Yeah,
shit, I'm Dutch.
yeah, so 22 is actually, we're playing on England's map pick, which was 22. They also banned 5, which is, of course, the last map of the White Series, and Netherlands picked 10, which is the last map of the Green Series, which we'll get into a little bit later, but we're getting underway right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. The match is go.
Match is go, and let's see which of the players are feeling good, which of the players are feeling bad. We have all the players very close together right now. No mistakes yet. The start is very straightforward. It's all going to come down to this booster to see if we can get a bit of a gap happening. Trigger following behind just a bit with Spammy in the lead right now, contesting with Boss Bass in front of him. Let's see how this loop goes. We already see some players going by. It's all these boosters that cost a lot of speed, a lot of time. If you just mess up the jump a little bit, it really hurts you in the next few jumps happening. Ooh, we have somebody sliding out quite far there. One of the Netherlands players. We have Boss Best, Matt Pie, and Chris heading up the 1 through 3 positions right now. And they are looking poised to take the first round. Almost a second ahead of Spammy right now, and we just have the final section right now. Get the jump over the slow-mo block, and 1, 2, 3 for England. That is a round win to open up the first match.
Good round win to open up the first match. Unfortunately for the Dutch team, they weren't able to get the pace quite right. An Astronaut, having made a bit of a mistake later on in the round, 103.497, he rounds up the field. Of course, let's do a little bit of a roster rundown for this opening match. Spam, Trega, and Astronaut will play for the Netherlands side, and are playing for the Netherlands side, as a matter of fact, with Boss Bez, Matt Pie, and Zephyr on the English side. So, meanwhile, through this next round we go. Zephyr and Boss Bez 1 and 2, with Spam, Trega, and Matt Pie 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Astronaut again a little bit further behind, down in last position. He must have had a bit of a struggle on this start, as he's already 2.7 seconds down. He's going to have to rely on his teammates to put on good performance. They need at least 1-3 if they are to actually get the required amount of points, no matter which position they're finished. But Boss Bez is making sure that England's actually in the lead. Matt Pie joins him for a potential 1-2 punch, and Zephyr making an ace potentially again. Spam trying to catch up with Zephyr, trying to keep his distance with him before the drop into the dirt corner, the dirt left-hander. Spam keeping the gear alongside Zephyr. They're neck and neck, whilst Boss Bez and Matt Pie are currently leading convincingly. Boss Bez leading convincingly, even though Matt Pie lost a little bit. Zephyr getting overtaken by Spam, but it will not be enough for Spam to actually prevent the 1-2 from happening for Team England. 1:00.294, the final time for Boss Bez as he wins ahead of Matt Pie. Spam and Chris 3rd and 4th. Astronaut and Traeger 5th and 6th. Is going to be another point going to Team England, going 2-0.
So far, that pick for England is working out tremendously. Like, they've been looking quite dominant, and Astronaut and Traeger are just not having as much of luck or speed, to call it that. Right? They are not in the same league right now with the English players from these first 2 rounds onward. Traeger right now in a second spot right now, contesting with Bossbest, who has been doing a tremendous job for England this round so far. But we'll see if they'll be able to break through this ace. I mean, Spammy is looking very, very good right now. Bossbest almost hitting the side in that loop right there, but still able to maintain that first spot. He was very close to losing it. But we do have Astronaut and Spammy right now in second and third for the Dutch team, while Magpie is trying to get close to his teammate Bossbest right now. This could be very good for Netherlands and maybe a first round win if they're able to keep these positions, though they do need Traeger to come into 5th spot. Ooh, Astronaut slowing down there a bit, allowing Magpie to catch up and picking up the number 3 spot. And with Chris just finishing in number 6, that's 11 points to England, and they go 3-0.
Yeah, that is definitely not what the Dutch team needed to happen. So yeah, exactly. If Astronaut could have kept that 3rd place, Traeger managing to get ahead of Zephyr before the finish, but unfortunately that position swap at the end completely spelled the end of Netherlands' hopes of actually getting a point on the board for that round. So 3-0 as we go into round number 4 here on map number 22. Traeger with the best start so far, clocking in at 14.528 at the checkpoint. He's joined by Bossbez, Spam, and Magpie in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We got Chris in 5th and Astronaut in 6th position. Oh, Magpie completely missing the jump into the bank's dirt corner, so that's 1 man down for Team England. Meanwhile, Bossbez and Spam 1st and 2nd with Zephyr in 3rd. So Zephyr currently still ensuring the 1-3 scenario that is just enough to earn a point as long as that Magpie is able to finish. Bit of a weird landing for Zephyr there, going towards the inside. Traeger with more speed, trying to make the overtake happen, and that could definitely go into the favor of Team Netherlands, unless we see Astronaut getting overtaken by Magpie. Apparently he's back there, having had a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Bossbest versus Spam. It's going to be a battle for the lead towards the finish line. They go. It's going to be Bossbest just ahead of Spam, or no, for 2,000.
Very close.
Very close, and Astronaut makes it a point for Team Netherlands. Spam and Traeger 1 and 4 with Astronaut in 5th, 11 points versus 10 for Team UK, well, Team England rather, and that's going to be putting the score on to 3-1.
3-1. What a close round as well. We had a fierce fight going for 1st place. We had a fierce fight going for 3rd place, and it came out in favor for Netherlands in this situation, looking that they want to fight back and not just roll over on England's pick, which is what we want to see. We want some excitement, and we do have somebody crashing out. Who was that? Who did we lose there? That was one of the England players right there, as we do have two, in fact. Oh, this is looking like a round where for Netherlands, they just need to keep it together, make sure to play safe. Traeger, though, goes out of that looping, leaving Spammy and Astronaut to contest for the top 3 right now. Bossbaz has a clear lead right now, driving out on front, about a second ahead. Don't think he's going to let that one go. And at the same time, I don't think it's in favor of the Netherlands team to really contest that 1st place. If they can get 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, that is all they need to get another round win in. And here we go. Bossbest gets the number 1, Spammy with the number 2, Astronaut number 3, and we have Traeger coming in for number 4. There you go. That's all they need. Those 2 mistakes early on from the English team allowed Netherlands to make a bit of a comeback, going 2-3, and we're getting pretty close to tying up the series after England having such a dominant start. Looking like the Netherlands isn't going to take it down without a fight.
Yeah, they're definitely not taking this one lying down, but in the meantime, Bossbez, a 1:00.203. A really nice time there at the end of the previous round by Bossbez, but unfortunately his team were not able to follow up, enabling the Netherlands to actually claw back on 1 point down here on 22. Bossbez getting a best start alongside Zephyr and Magpie, so far a full house for Team England in this round, although we also see Spam and Astronaut trying to get their teeth in there, trying to actually split the English pack apart, and unfortunately for Traeger, he's a little bit further behind. Oh, Spam going toward the left-hand side, almost hitting the wall. Bossbez still in the lead, Magpie and Spam battling for 2nd position. Astronaut trying to join his fellow countrymen to battle against Mappai to try and ensure potentially a tie situation. But let's see what Traeger is at the moment. Traeger is a little bit further behind than he would like to be compared to Zephyr in case of a checkerboard in favor of Team Netherlands. Fifth place is going to be incredibly important. Mappai unfortunately sliding out. That will enable Spam and Astronauts to move into second and third, and Mappai still manages to stay in P5 with Bozbez winning the round of 1:00.398. Spam second, Astronaut third, Chris in fourth, and Mappai fifth. 11 points versus 10, and England move on to map point number 1.
Map point number 1, and they have 3 shots at it to take home their first pick. It's definitely a tough one for Traeger right now, as you can see in the live rankings. Definitely not his favorite track. He's giving a bit of a show, but just a few too many mistakes to to stay consistent, which would have probably been the edge, right? We've had a lot of 11-10s happening towards this later half of this map, as Netherlands are just getting more and more into the element. Though this time it's looking like England is about to close it out. Boss, Best, Zephyr, and Mappai taking up the 1-2 tree. We do have the Netherlands team pretty close behind them, but Astronaut is a bit out of the running right now. Traeger is pretty close by as well, but as it stands right now, if England is able to keep their composure and keep their lines in check, they will be able to close out this round. Though Spammy is looking to catch up to Zephyr right now. He's very close, but he's not going to be doing it, as Zephyr Chris, Boss Bez, and Magpie take up the 1, 3, and 4, which is a win for England, and they take the first map. We are 1-0 for England.
England getting their picks and getting their map pick on their side. So 1-0 in this best of 5 series between England and Netherlands in favor of the English team, as we're going to be moving on to the Dutch map pick, which is going to be Summer 10, the last map of the Green Series.
Summertime, nice and fast. It's been one I've grinded a lot, and it's really all about that turn after you build up all this speed, right? You've got the second section of this track where you want to release. Make sure you take that corner as close as possible, only to accelerate and then have to jump to let go, right? If you keep accelerating there, you're not going to make the final corner into the downhill jump. It's a place where we've seen many of the players mess up. This is the corner we're talking about. Spammy messes it up in this case. The rest of the players keep going, jumping up. Make sure you don't keep accelerating, because you will overjump and not make it into this corner right here. Make sure you follow the arrows. The arrows are perfect lined up, so make sure you actually jump towards those, because otherwise you're going to hit a pole or the side of the road perhaps. And yeah, it's all about speed. This is a track where you're not going to have a lot of callouts compared to the previous track, where you could probably play it safe a little bit. This is all about speed, going fast, and making sure all your lines are correct. Don't slide out. I think that's the most important part, really.
Yeah, it seems as though this map is definitely one where slides are more than punished. I've actually made this experience for myself, as I got this map plenty on my own, doing a little bit of matchmaking over the course of the past few days. And yeah, indeed, even though I have to say, as someone who doesn't really play the game as much, it's hard to get the confidence to actually get the to actually think, okay, I can just get away with releasing into this next corner right here, because the natural thing to do is for me, okay, I'm just going to go wide, land on the white side of the road, and then initiate a little bit of a slide through here, and make sure that I can actually get close to the apex and go for a late apex. But no, that's not actually what you're supposed to do, because you're going to lose a lot of speed there. And you can see, like, players going around 420, 425 speed. I was only able to reach about 400, 405 max, and consistently I was still below 400. So it's definitely a map where you definitely need to get the feel of it, and definitely need to get the hang of like the distances, and also where your marks, where your releasing points or breaking points are for actually going through the map itself. But we're about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we do have a bit of a roster change. Yes, indeed, Zephyr is out on the English side, and let's Epos take the charge, whilst over on the Dutch team, we're staying with the same lineup of Spam, Traeger, and Astronaut.
Spam, Traeger, and Astronaut taking it up once again. It is their pick, so I'm positive they'll be confident on this track, and confidence is what you need on this one right here. Astronaut taking the lead right now. Boss Bass and Magpie in number 2 entry. Let's see how this corner goes for all the players. looking good for everyone. Trigger having more speed along with Spammy as well. Great speed, able to catch up to Mapai. Let's see if they're able to keep this speed up until the final section. Nobody hitting any of the sides. Great jumps all around, and it's going to be a 1-3-4 for the Netherlands, picking up their first win on their own map.
Slick work by the Dutch team to take the opening round, and Astronaut with a 35.8 dead, taking the local record here on this server, just ahead of Mimes, 35.824. Not a bad round time, all things considered, for Astronaut here in this opening round of Summer 10, as we're getting started with the second round right now. Spam getting the best start out of everyone alongside BossBez, Astronaut, and Epos, as we're moving on to checkpoint number 2. Then the drop down right here. Astronaut going for a bit of a more inside line through here. BossBez right there with the 2 Dutch players. Let's see now this corner. Is there going to be any casualties? Yes, Astronaut! The full stop, and his driver is dead on the spot. BossBez and Epos take first and second, and that could be a point for the English team. Mathpai overtaking Trega, who goes a little bit wide and loses a lot of speed on way before the drop down. And yes, BossBez, Epos, and Mathpai AAAs for Team England. Trega and P4 Spam hitting the pole on the way into P5. And unfortunately for Astronaut, that huge bonk. That's that is a definite death right there.
It's over at that point. Like yeah, you can go and respawn, but with the speed players are going at, there is no way you're gonna be able to catch up. Like, you'll be able to maybe get a point in right for the team, but yeah, that is just straight up death. And that is the scary part about that corner. It's all about, you know, having that confidence going into it. But yeah, you could easily mess up there. And Spammy sliding out on the drop right there. It's a bit of a tricky drop. You don't want to steer right away because, yes, you will slide out. Traeger does the same thing Astronaut did last round and hits the side of that barrier right there. And only Astronaut remaining for the Netherlands. And while he is in first, and BossBez fell as he hit the side of the road there as well. He picks up number 1, 6 points, but all BossBez needs to do is finish 4 for 5th, and he takes up the number 4. Spammy will finish, but that early mistake really cost him. Sliding out there just causes you to fly straight off the track. Yeah, you have to respawn, and again, on this track, respawning is not gonna cut it at all.
Yeah, if you have the misfortune to land sideways at the drop down from the platform part before the checkpoint, you're basically just going to end up in a slide and run wide off the corner. So it's definitely something you want to avoid at all costs. As we're starting round number 4 now, Astronaut getting a really good start alongside Mapai and BossBez. So far, Trega having a bit of a slower start, around 1/10 down on the rest of the field. Now going through this right-hander. Let's see if there's any casualties now. Oh, everybody managing to make it, although we had a little bit more cautious approach from some of the players. Someone actually nearly hit the wall, and Edboss getting overtaken for 5th place. Meanwhile, Astronaut and BossBez first and second. Let's see if there's going to be a point for Team England on the line. Astronaut, BossBez second, first and second, met by 3rd, and yes, indeed, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th will be enough, as it is 11 points versus 10 for Team Netherlands. And so we're moving on to 3-1 again for Team England. Nice work by the UK team. Well, the EN team, sorry.
The EN team. It's a bit of a distinction, right, as we have had, you know, Wales coming in as well. They had a tremendous run, unfortunately not able to move on. But instead, we do have England and England 2 in the playoffs happening right now. But England leading 3-1 right now. Let's see. Again, this corner is what it's all about. Epos and Spammy make it true. Traeger following behind right now with Astronaut all the way behind, unfortunately for Team Netherlands. Looking like England's about to make it 4-1. Whew. That was a bit of a awkward landing from Spammy there.
It's gonna be the point for Team Netherlands, because Traeger managed to snipe Mathpai at the line for 0.06 of a second, and so they're starting to climb back again.
So
that was such an important snipe there from Traeger, because if it had been the status quo with Traeger in 4th and Mathpai 3rd, then it would have been map point for Team England once again. But now we're heading into round 6 with the Netherlands just 1 round down, and already we see someone failing and having a bit of a clip. It seems like on the platform.
Astronaut.
Yeah, indeed. Spam leading ahead of BossBez, Mathpai, and Epos with Traeger right there, completing the top 5 leading group. Of course, Astronaut with that mistake goes a little bit further down. Everybody's slowing down. Unfortunately, that's not enough for Epos, who grazes the wall, but that's enough to actually get the slowdown Meanwhile, Bosbez and Matt Pie first and second. Trega trying to come back and trying to actually go for the lead charge before the final jump, and Trega would take the round win with a 36.032, but it's still not going to be enough. Astronaut is way too far away from Epos to make any impact, and that's going to be map points number 2 for Team England as they actually take the round 4-2 now.
4-2. It was good for the Netherlands to pick up that round just now before this, as trying to overcome a 1-4 deficit is just massive, but 2-4 still isn't that easy. You know, you've got that knowledge in your head that England just needs to take one more win, take it home. So maybe they'll play it a bit more safe, or instead they'll just go full risk. I'm very curious to see which route the Dutch team is about to take, as right now, all the players very close together. Let's see who has more speed in this corner. Spammy hits the side of the road, unfortunately falls behind for Team Netherlands, but Astronaut and Trigger are about to maybe carry it home. Matt Pie coming in between Astronaut and Trigger, so maybe not the 1-2 happening. No, it is a 1-3, and if Spammy just finishes, that is all the Dutch team needs to take the round, and he does. There you go, 3-4. So England has to try once again to close out this map, but it's I'm wondering if this will change things for the Dutch team, right? As I say, how much are you going to risk? How much are you going to go for it? Because, yeah, one mistake will put you down 2-0 in the series and maybe send you down to loser's bracket.
Yeah, indeed. And that was actually Matt Pie trying to make it look interesting and also narrowly missing out on such an important snipe again for Team England as we're now heavily into the round. Now let's see. At the corner, is there going to be any casualties? No, everybody slows down quite a bit. It seems like we're doing way slower cornering speeds than in previous rounds. Astronauts and Bosbez first and second, Spam in third, Trega fourth. It's going to be another point for the team. Netherlands right here. Oh, Spam going to the right into the ball. That one's a bit risky there. I wouldn't have attempted that. Don't. These guys are professionals. Do not try this in your matchmaking games. I guarantee 80% of the time you're going to hit the wall or the side of the road. Anyways, we're now moving up to a tie, and the good luck is actually going to be sent in by both teams because, yes, indeed, it is the decider round on Summer 10. One last round to decide who from the Netherlands and England are going to take the map home.
I'm going to take the map home, get the decider out with the D's on top. It's a round for Netherlands to win, really, if they want to make sure they stay competitive in this. You don't want to be down 2-0 in the series. A 1-1 is totally fine and leaves room for, any of the random maps coming up being less in their favor, right? And they can accept that. Though Astronaut falling behind right now. Trigger has a lot of speed, exchanging the #1 spot with his teammate. And Spammy staying close behind as well. Great inside line as well. Looking like Spammy has a bit more speed than Epos, but is it enough for him to overtake? It is not, though. He does pick up the #3 spot, and with Astronaut simply picking up the #6, that is a map win. Close fought for the Netherlands, taking it 5-4. And we are 1-1 in the series. And our next map is random. Let's see what it's going to be. It's 06.
Oh, it's going to be Summer 06. Okay, so yeah, so far we see that everyone's pretty much just won their picks. Like Team England have won their pick at 22. The Netherlands have won their pick at number 10. Not without trials and tribulations, though, to say for the English team. Oh, 06. Okay. Okay, that's...
I hope you like grass.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't think I would have been driving lawnmowers, but here we are now. So yeah, we are indeed on 06. Let's see if there's going to be any changes. Well, so far we have, apparently we might be seeing, well, we see Henki's Me playing. Maybe we'll see, Henki's Me and Javzo also getting a little bit of a move on. So maybe we'll see one of these two instead of Trega, who's just moved to Spec. Meanwhile, Zephyr has getting a little bit of round practice in. Maybe we'll see him back into the playing roster. But yeah, 06, definitely a map that where the transition from the dirt part to the next grass part is also pretty difficult. But yeah, it's definitely not a map that I hold here and dear to my heart. Let's be honest.
It's I personally usually am a fan of your grass slides onto tarmac, right? I do enjoy that. Dirt, I'm not that good at, but I do like the transitional playstyle of this track. Usually that's one of the things I love to see, making sure you get these as smooth as possible, right? Barely nailing the landing and whatnot so you can maintain maximum speed and minimal air time, stuff like that. It's always a joy to behold, though. Driving myself, yeah, I'll leave this one up to the professionals.
Yeah,
Honestly,
let's say that a proper run with all the gears managed perfectly and all the transitions nailed down is definitely a joy to watch. But trying to replicate that yourself, you're definitely not in for a good time.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have that great of it. I think I have like a low 26, but yeah, that's pretty much it I can do. So yeah, definitely not. It's kind of like the same thing as like the. It's one of the last kind of maps which is similar to that's similar to the white maps where it's very short. You don't really have a lot of places to make mistakes, and it's very optimized. This is very much like that.
Yes. Yeah, as it makes sense, right? This is an 06, and 25, 26 seconds is relatively short. Just looking at the local records real quick, we do see that the English side does have better local records than the Dutch side, so maybe that is a sign to come, but we are alive, and we do have some roster changes happening. Jafso, Henke, and Astronaut for the Netherlands, and we have Sever Chris, Mad Pie, and Boss Best for the English side happening. We are live with Henke in the lead right now. Chris, Astronaut, Jafso rounding out the 2, 3, and 4, though Boss Best decides to come into contention, and it's going to be a very close finish right now, as I mean, that was a scramble for first place. Jafso, the one picking up the number 1 Mad Pie, and number 2 Astronaut, and number 3, and with Henke in number 6, that's a 1-3-6 for the Netherlands and a round win.
An opening salvo, which could have been salved with a 1-2 because there were only 3,000 separating Mad Pie from Astronaut there at the end of that round. We're already starting with round number 2. This is already one of the most frantic maps because of its short length. Bossbez and Zephyr, as well as Mad Pie, 1, 2, 3 right now in the round, although we're heading towards the final part of the map already with the drop down and go off to the left hand side. Make sure to manage your landing, otherwise you're going to lose a lot of speed like Astronaut just did, and it seems to be an AAA is coming the way of Team England with Mad Pie winning with a 26.054, Chris and Bossbest second and third, making it a full-on ace for Team England, who are moving back on 1-1.
1-1, and it's very obvious to see as well in these times, right? Like, this was a clear ace, but looking at times, it's not as obvious, right? The time separating the number 1 and number 4 players was merely 0.4 of a second, which definitely on longer tracks has a bit less of an impact. But you can see it, right? It's already compact. We're already in the second half of this track with Boss Best in the lead right now. Except for Chris making a mistake right there, making it a bit of a scramble once again for that first place. Astronaut Jafso picking up the 2 and 3 with Henke in number 5. That is what the Netherlands need to take a win. Boss Best is doing a great job fighting for the English side, but unfortunately not enough to carry his team to win that round.
Well, unfortunately on that round, the weak link, so to speak, was Mad Pie, who for 2000s lost third place to one of the Dutch guys. I think it was Astronaut or Jafso, but as we see that Jafso in this round unfortunately clips a little bit. But yeah, that little snipe right there for a few thousandths was all separated, and separated Netherlands and England from that map point. From that, round point. Meanwhile, Bossbez and Mad Pie first and second are going to secure the 1-2 and the round indeed for Team England. 25.941 for Bossbez. Nice sub 26 lines that we see so far from the English team. Mad Pie second, Astronaut and Chris third and fourth, Jafzo and Henke fifth and sixth, making it 2-2 between the two teams on 06.
It's back and forth right now. I'm liking it 2-2. It's very quick, very fast. We're just jumping in and out, and I'm curious who will be coming out on top. Maybe Netherlands will pick up ace this time themselves, though Boss Best looks to be getting online. He didn't have a great start of the map itself, but he is coming into his own right now, leading the charge right now with Henke and Astronaut following close behind. We've got Mad Pie in number 4, Jafso in number 5, and if these are the standings in the end, then yes, indeed, this is another round win for the Netherlands. We're just going back and forth, 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, and now 3-2 for the Netherlands.
And again, it's on less optimized runs and players that don't really have that much, and that don't really have a good round that the mistake is happening, and that we see like a lot of easy round potentially being thrown away. Like for example, Zephyr on the previous round actually landed on the wrong side. Well, he landed on the left-hand side, but did not manage to get the landing right and lost a shit ton of speed through there. Sorry for the swear words, but so far in that round, Bossbez and Magpie first and second, Astronaut third, everyone getting the landing correctly. Astronaut trying to snipe Magpie for second, but it's going to be not enough. And Bossbez with a 25.894. Nice time there from Bossbez. Alongside Magpie will secure 1 and 2, making it 3-3 between England and the Netherlands.
You know, they are definitely fighting hard for this one. I just very much enjoy to behold the way this is going, and it all comes down to simple lines, right? Like just taking a corner a bit too wide, or losing a bit, losing your gear somewhere by accident, not exactly keeping your wheels on the tarmac. All these things can just simply cause you to fall behind from 1 to 6, with Hanky falling behind quite a bit, hitting one of the cinder blocks right there. And it is England right now taking the first lead on the map. And with that lead, they also find themselves on match point, with Bossbez and Magpie picking up the 1 and 2.
Map point number 2, not match point. Remember,
Map point. Yes,
there's one map apiece. But yeah, unfortunately for Henke with that hitting the bollards, and two consecutive 1-2s for England, as we see Zeph unfortunately hitting the wall in the first corner. But that has not happened so far on this map up until the previous round. So yeah, pretty interesting performance from Team England there. Bossbez in the lead ahead of Enki, Javzo, and Astronaut. Magpie getting a slow landing. It's going to be a point for Team Netherlands there. It's going to be another decider round on this map. 25.970 for Bossbez, but it's not going to be enough. Javzo, Henki, and Astronaut 2, 3, 4. And that is going to be yet another round number 9 situation there, where England and the Netherlands are going to battle it out to see who will take 06 home this time.
06 indeed, and with that would put themselves in match point position, right? Like both teams 1-1 right now. I'm very curious to see which of the teams will keep their cool. I'm not going to talk about it for too long, as we are live. We're already in the second half, and all the players are very close to each other right now. Bossbez in the lead right now, with Astronaut and Henke trying to overtake Bossbez, but he has been dominating this track so far, and it's all going to come down to the end. Bossbez in number 1, Astronaut in number 2, Magpie in number 3, Japson number 4, Chris in number 2, Henke number 6, leaving England to win map 06, and with that, they are 2-1 in the series, and they just need to win one more map. Maybe it'll be Summer 20, as that'll be our next map to play.
Oh, we do get a nice map indeed. Yeah, 25.83, a good time for Bossbez, and the checkerboard in favor of Team England. Yeah.
Icy.
Moving on to ice now, and we see the English team having a bit of a reaction to that, as you can see in the chat on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. But yeah, map 20, almost full-on ice map. There are a few tarmac patches in there, but it's pretty much just a full-on ice map. And yeah, of course, with ice comes with its particular set of course, with of course the ice slide and the gear management of ice slide. Make sure to not drop too down and too far, too much speed. Otherwise, you're just gonna get a downshift. Or if you go with too much speed, you can get an upshift. Shift in any case, but although I've never seen that happen. But in case of a downshift, you're gonna lose all the grip and you're gonna slide out the corner, and that can happen at any point if you lose too much speed. A slight mid corner, you're yeeted off the map.
Oh yeah, I mean even with that, it's also simply gears. Gears is a big thing in this one. I feel like usually playing ice, gears are not that important compared to simply keeping grip right and making sure you counter steer properly and all that. This one, yeah, gears is very, very important, along with the fact that you got the ice slides going. This has been a map pick in the past for the Netherlands. I'm not sure if the England's team has picked this one before, but I do know that this is one that the Dutch team will feel quite confident on. I wouldn't even be surprised if they were actually discussing picking this before the match started. So might be a 2-2.
I feel like it's gonna. I feel like from I think I don't know. You might need to correct me on this, but I think one of the England teams, I don't know if it was this one or England too, actually banned this map outright. There have been plenty of teams that have banned this map outright because they didn't feel confident enough to actually play this map, and we haven't seen that happen. And yeah, there we go. We get the pick now. Let's see if there is any roster change. Yeah, indeed, on the Netherlands, Spam comes in at the expense of Javzo, who's going to be sitting as a bystander for this map, and we see Idol coming in exchange of Bossbez, joining Matpie and Zephyr, as we're going to be getting started in a few seconds.
Just in a few seconds. Surprised to see Bospez on the bench, but at the same time, he's been doing a great job for his team, showing a dominating force and nabbing a lot of points for his team. And I guess ice isn't really in his favor. That's always important, right? You got to make sure you pick the players for their strengths, and this is definitely a track where calling out where players are is a good thing to have. But we are live, round number 1. And kicking it off, we'll see how players will do in the looping. This is definitely not a track where we will be seeing players close together all the time, and expect seconds between these. Traeger sliding out. Matpie having a bit of a laggy camera, so we're just gonna not focus on that. But Henky and Spam in the lead right now. Matpie coming into contention between the two. Henky decides to go for a wide line. Spammy a bit more on the inside. Let's see how that pays off. Henky slides out, goes in way too much, and just Matpie and Spammy left right now at the top. Idle behind by about a second. Let's see how this finish goes. Does Matpie keep the grip? He does do so, and Spammy picks up the number 2. Let's see, picks up number 3. Traeger actually coming in with the number 3 right there, with Zephyr's Chris coming in on number 4. Who picks up the number 5? Henky does so, and with that, a win for the Dutch team. Like I said, there are seconds between these finishes. Don't expect players to be as close as they were on 06, as Ice is a cruel mistress.
Yeah, I know we're talking about players that have trained the map pack or that are really familiar with the campaign, but this, to me, is the peak definition of real matchmaking hours. Those particular ones that we're going to see on 20, I mean, that's pretty much matchmaking in a nutshell right there. Meanwhile, we're heading into round number 2, and so far it is Henky and Zephyr alongside Magpie with the best start before entering the loop, and Henky neck to neck with Zephyr. Oh, Traeger trying to get a bit of an ice slide on. He managed to keep it in 3rd place. Let's see if there's anyone who's actually lost grip there. Yes, indeed, Zephyr has made a huge mistake, and he's dropped down quite significant amount of places. Meanwhile, Matpie is battling alongside Henky for position. Henky going a bit less wide than he did last time. Having learned his lesson, he's going to go for the smooth transition over the banking onto the flat part. And it's going to be Henky and Matpie 1st and 2nd, with Idle 3rd and Traeger 4th. Spam should be in 5th. Yes, he is. As we're going onto the final corner, Henky with a wide entry. Oh, he clips a little bit in. Oh, that's going to be costly versus Matpie potentially. Oh, just making it to the line with 2/10 of a gap. Henky ahead of Matpie, Idle and Traeger 3rd and 4th. Spam 5th and Zephyr in 6th position, and that's going to be another point for the Dutch team. 11 versus 10 with Zephyr with that early mistake. Unfortunately for him, did not really manage to come back up.
I'm somewhat flabbergasted that Henky was able to actually keep the momentum there, right? He did slow down, obviously, as he did clip his front wheels over the corner there, but that he stayed alive there is just amazing to behold, and a great boon for the Dutch team, right? Picking up the 2-0 because of that as well. He would have to respawn otherwise, and that respawn takes a lot of time. But we are live once again, round number 3, and so far all the players seemingly not sliding out, though not everybody having the same amount of speed, with Matpie and Idle being the 1 and 2 for the England team. And looking pretty stable, pretty good. To be fair, it is ice, so sliding out could always happen. So far, they're doing a good job. They are keeping their footing. Just need to take it easy. Spammy is about a second and a half behind, and it is a 1-2 finish for England. It's not quite the ace, but it is enough for them to pick up their first round on Summer 20.
Yeah, in this case, Matpie and Idle just hitting their marks, not doing anything too crazy, making sure that the slides are actually on point. And yeah, they were on point, even though they were not fast. But you don't necessarily need to be fast. You need to be consistent here. Consistency on ice might be a little bit trickier to get compared to other surfaces, but once you get, it's actually really satisfying to do. Meanwhile, we're heading into map number 4. Let's actually see who gets the best start. Henky and Spam with a tremendous amount of speed. Henky even more so than Spam. Traeger joining his fellow countrymen for a 1-2-3 after the first checkpoint. Now let's see into this Banks left-hander, double apex left-hander. Oh, Idol, was a bit of a weird transition. He was perpendicular to the road, unfortunately for him, so he loses a lot of speed. Spam and Hanky first and second. Trega a bit further behind in third position. Let's see at the other ice line, this uphill right-hander. Nobody seems to have lost grip mid-corner. But Trega seems to have missed the mark quite a bit. Meanwhile, his teammates are going to be ensuring the round is going to be for Team Netherlands. Spam and Henky. Oh, Spam sliding out the corner, allowing MatPie to go into second. But Henky will win with a 53.583. MatPie second, Spam third. It should be enough as long as Trega manages to finish, and he does. So it's going to be 3-1 for Team Netherlands.
That was, yeah, luckily, like I said, right, it's ice, so never assume at the end that things will turn out the way they do. Spam, in this case, sliding out. Bit unfortunate, right? Could have been a 1-2, but a 1-3 is fine enough as well. Trigger just makes sure he gets that 1 point in for his teammates. And 3-1. I mean, Netherlands is looking a bit more comfortable on this one, and when a bit more is, you know, relative considering we are playing on ice. But they look to be a bit more in control compared to the first two maps. Though Trigger is sliding out this time. The rest of this team driving on ahead with Spammy in the front, MatPie in number 2, and Henky in number 3 right now. I do like how the lines on this corner in particular are relatively different. Ooh, Spammy does clip the inside of the corner, but doesn't lose too much speed right there, though MatPie is able to catch up just a little bit more. It's all going to get down to this final corner. You want to make sure you get the corner in towards the right, slow down, at least let go of your acceleration so you can turn your car around to the left. MatPie having a better line, able to overtake Spammy right there, picking up the number 1 idle and number 3. Allowing Chris to, well, finish in pretty much any spot that he wanted to, as this is a win for the English side. Going 3-2 right now, and again, this is very important, right? You don't want to be 4-1 behind. You want to have a 3-2 at least.
Yeah, that's gonna be keeping the spirits up for the English team at least for a little bit. Let's see if they're able to capitalize on that in this next round. Zephyr and MatPie with a really good speed, even better than Henky managed to pull so far in these rounds. And MatPie leads into this double left-hander. Trega again sliding out of the corner and losing the grip mid-corner. Henky is joined by Spam now in the battle for second position. He's got Chris in P4 and Idle in P5, a little bit further behind, 1.4 and 1.5 seconds away from the leader, MatPie, at the moment. Let's see through this uphill right-hander. Line's fairly different, as you said. Henky getting a little bit of a wider exit. He's a little bit slower than Spam as a result of that. Now, coming onto the final section and the final corner. Oh, Spam going for a better inside line potentially. MatPie going for more speed. Spam slides out, and MatPie will take the win with a 53.131. Henky second. Then we got Zephyr in third and Idle in fourth. And so they're tied now for map number 20, which is pretty interesting to see.
I'm gonna blame Caster's curse on this one, calling out the Netherlands for looking comfortable and now just tying up 3-3. We might go 4-4 again and get another round 9 in, as it's a tough one, right? This is definitely a tough track to stay close together as a team. There's plenty of time to call out, but one slide out will cost you so much. Spammy right now in the lead together with his teammate Henky. Going into this long 180 corner, and everyone keeping the grip so far. Idle not having the best of speed right there, but keeping up with the pack, staying in contention as we go into this interesting corner. Trigger going a bit more on the inside, Spammy going more on the outside. Spammy looking to have a bit more speed than his teammate, getting close to him once again. With MatPie being sandwiched in between Spammy and Henky right now, though he does slide out, unfortunately. Is this going to be an ace for the Dutch team? It's looking like it. Henky did slide out a bit, so Idle was able to overtake barely, so not an ace, but a win, nevertheless, for Team Netherlands.
Yeah, the 1-2 was enough to secure the point, so here an ace is pretty much just a bonus as if the top 2 is secured. As, yeah, Netherlands are potentially looking to tie the series now. Remember, this is 2-1 in 2-1 in favor of England, as they won 22 and 06, and now Netherlands have the chance to actually win on 20 and take it to the one final map, the decider map. Henky again getting a really good speed out of the ice into the loop. Trega in second position behind him. Then we got MatPie and Zephyr, Idle in P5 and Spam in P6. Zephyr going really wide, Spam going really low there, but it seems as the Träger has lost grip somewhere through the corner, so unfortunately he will be out of the running for this particular moment anyway. Matt Pie and Idle first and second. Idle going really, really wide in there. He manages to keep the gear in, doesn't lose the slide through here. He gets overtaken by Henki though. Oh, Henki, a bit of a shaky exit, so he's going to be neck and neck with Idle for second position. Matt Pie, meanwhile, still holding the lead, but for how long? Look at Henki with that aggressive line into the last ice slide. It's going to be between the two over the finish line. Henki takes the win by the tiniest of margins, at least on ice. 1/10 of a second. Matt Pie and Idle second, third, and Chris in fourth. And they are going to take the round, the Team England, and that's going to be another decider round. That's the third map in a row where we're seeing the 9th round decide who will win the map.
Yeah, oh, wow. I mean,
And match point for Team England here, potentially.
this is match point. Yeah, they just need to take it one more time. It might be coming home indeed. Though, in my words, like, my support obviously goes to the Netherlands, Huppel on Hup and all that. So all cheers for me goes to Henki and Spam, totally not biased at all, as they go into the 180 ice slide, doing a great job at it with Mappi and Idle very close to them. Zephyr and Traeger making up the back of the pack right now. Looking pretty good. All players around relatively similar lines this time on this corner right here. Though Spammy does not have as much speed as Idle. Idle able to overtake right there, allowing Henki and Mappi to fight it out at the top. Henki with a very, very nice inside line. Spammy doing the same, though Idle does barely overtake. Spammy picks up number 3. Just a number 6 for Traeger is enough to make Netherlands the map winner and bringing the series 2-2.
Oh, decider map. Which one is it going to be? Remember, this is randomly selected. Oh, we're playing on 09. 09. Wait, which one is it? Oh, the bonk! It's the one with the roof hit before the end.
Oh, yes! This is also a pretty quick one.
Oh, no!
Yep, bonk.
Yeah, we're playing on that map, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, 09. Let's see if there's any roster changes, shall we? Well, it's not going to happen until the 2 warm-ups are ended. But, yeah, maybe we'll see one or 2 changes swap out. But, yeah, this map can be very scary. Well, the end can be very scary. Like, the beginning is all right, I guess. But having the good line through like the final U-turn before the bonk is really important. Getting the proper lineup, otherwise I just miss entirely, or you just go a little bit too far inside and then you hit the girder and your car's stuck in there and it's wedged in there and nobody can yank it out, no matter how much force they can actually pull.
Oh yeah, it's death really. Like, this is a map where you just risk. It's not the biggest risk, but it's a risk nonetheless, and there is a possibility you simply you just lose your first pot just because you misaligned. Idle just gave us a great view of how to do it. Let's see if he's able to do so once again. So you really want to make sure you get the slide, hit the ceiling right there, so you reduce your air time and get sent into the downhill as fast as possible so you can finish it up. I'm not sure how risky the players will be when it comes to the first couple of jumps, right? You can minimize your air time quite a bit, but you do drive pretty close to the penalty grass. It is a fine line to drive, but a quick map again compared to 06, right? This is another one where we'll have rounds happen in 23, 24 seconds.
Yeah, not enough time to break down what happened in the previous round, so excuse us if we might not break down like really crazy actions on the screen on this map, but you can understand with the length of the round, we might just have to get a move on really quickly here. But yeah, again, just to get and talk about the bonk, mission alignment is important, and it is very important. You have to actually hit that girder exactly the right way, like front and center, to actually get the proper nosedive and be able to actually get ground contact sooner, because if you actually go a little bit towards the left or the right, then it's just going to be one of the wheels that's going to be clipping and you're going to be sent in a barrel roll, and that's far from ideal. It's savable, but it's definitely not the fastest way around. But anyways, we're getting started now on 09, the final map number 5 of this best of 5 series between the Netherlands and England, and we're underway.
We're underway. Let us see. This is going to be a very close one. 2-2 in the series, and we've got 5-4s. Let's see if this is going to be another 5-4. or maybe one of the two teams simply will dominate fully, as Japso currently has the lead, but the lead doesn't mean anything if you don't get the bonk. The bonk is bad for Japso. Mappai has a great bonk on the other hand, picks up the number 1 trigger, and Spammy picking up the number 2 entry. They need a number 5 finish to round it out, and Japso is going to bring that to him. There you go, 2 points as, I believe it is Bosbes in this case, yes. Not able to get the jump.
Yeah, sorry, I completely forgot the rest of rundown, but
Yeah.
Idol was benched in favor of Bosbez. Meanwhile, Javzo went in the place of Henki for the Netherlands, as we're starting round number 2 right now. 1 point for the Netherlands, and what seemed to be like a pretty nasty bonk fiesta in the first round, aside from Mappai, who got it perfect right from the get-go. As we're already getting into the half of the map, Zephyr having a really weird jump through here, so he's not going to be of any use for his teammates at the moment. He's going to need him to finish 1-2 and 1-3. Mappai getting a good bonk again. Yamso getting a better bonk, but not enough. Is it going to be costing him P2? Not quite. Mappai winning with a 23.956. Yamso second. Bossbest third as long as Chris finishes. Well, Zephyr finishes. There he goes. 1-1. Then as Team England take up the round 11-10.
Oh, a lot of the bonks were better, but yeah, it's still a tricky one, right? You gotta make sure you get the drift around the corner just right. This is not a full speed map. There is a bit of drifting happening, and it's that drift line that determines whether or not your bonk is gonna handle correctly. As Zephyr, unfortunately, went a bit too close to those cinder blocks and found himself stopping alongside the road. Leaving the rest of his team contesting it out at the top with Boss Bass and Mappai picking up the 1 and 3. Sever Chris coming in pretty close. He's almost there. There he is. He just, he missed a turn right there. His TomTom or Google Maps or whatnot accidentally sent him to the left instead of right. It happens.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, like the turn right after the booster jump, unfortunately that was the second time in a row where he actually miscalculated the line and went a little bit too far inside and hit one of the bollards. But that's also the second time in a row that his teammates Bosbez and Mappai have bailed him out. So maybe that's bringing a little bit of luck for the English team, having that kind of bonk happening earlier on. But this time Zephyr manages to make it through and take an early lead, although he's got Yavzo, Bosbez, and Mappai right there with him alongside Spam. Let's see the bonks now. It seems as though Zephyr completely missed it. Yeah, indeed. Meanwhile, Mappai and Spam alongside Bossbez 1-2-3. Mappai wins with a .984 and Spam just behind him with a .992 and a .998 for Bossbez. Great race. And again, a 1-3-6 for Team England as they move on to 3-1.
3-1. What these are all gonna be close, right? If they all get the bonks right, then this is pretty much the finishes we're going to expect. These are all photo finishes bound to happen, and you do see like the lines at the start trying to be as close as possible, right? That is how you simply lose a player, just simply due to the lines being close. But here we are again in the jump. Spammy not having the best bonk right there, allowing Mappai and Bossbest to overtake once again. England is having a fiesta right now with Mappai and Bossbest, just bringing home the points, and they are 4-1 up and match point for England.
They get three unobstructed tries, well, three worry-free tries, should I say, rather, at that match point right here before they actually get caught up into a decider round versus the Netherlands, as we're going to be heading already through the middle of the round. That's how fast this map is. With Zephyr again getting a good line. Mappai as well. Bosbez battling Freya and Yavgo for third position. Let's actually see the bonk. Spam has actually failed quite a bit. And we see one of the drivers having had a bad bonk and Bosbez having a bad landing. Bosbez, who's going to be taking fifth. No, Zephyr!
No.
And that's going to be a point for the Netherlands team. Second, third, and fifth. What in the fuck just happened? Sorry again for the swear words, but there's just no other expression for it. What the fuck was that?
I mean, I saw Spammy slide out and I thought it was lights out, but Zephyr Chris also just having issues on this track, playing in favor of the Netherlands team, but I'm not sure how long they were able to keep it up right now, as Mappai and Bossbez have the lead right now. Going to come down to the bonk once again. Spammy decides to do a front flip along the way, but a front flip is great for style, but not for points. Mappai and Bossbez close it out after a bit of an odd round 6. Round 7 goes to England, and with that, it's a 3-2 victory for the English team. They move on to winners round 2, and the Dutch team will find themselves in losers round 1. They are not completely out of it just yet. This is double elimination, and yeah, what a exciting match. What a close
Yeah,
match as well.
yeah, insanely close and really strong results as well from the English team to have actually been able to take out the Netherlands there in that first round of the winner bracket. I think we should actually take a look at some of the other results that have been punched in. In the meantime, Poland versus Portugal, and that is a clear 3-0 victory for Poland in that instance, with 06 being won 5-1 by Poland. Then they took 16 5-0, and they took 14 5-0. Other matches that have been punched in, 3-0 victory, well, between Germany and Austria. Apparently that was a forfeit, according to the report. Then France 2 versus the Czech Republic, a clear victory for Team France. 18 being won by France 5-0, well, France 2 rather, have won 5-0 on 18, 5-0 on 24, and 5-2 on 09. The Czech Republic managing to get a couple rounds, but not enough to really make a dent into France 2's performance.
Some good bonks from what I can tell. 09, we've just seen, obviously. It's definitely one where the pendulum swings will determine where the round goes, but definitely expected for France to win, as they managed to beat Poland in the Swiss rounds. Poland being the current champion as well, right? It's
Indeed,
it's
yeah.
it's the match that I personally am looking forward to. They are in the same tree, right? And if they manage to keep winning, they will encounter them each other in winners round 3. Other than that, which results do we have as well? We have Latvia versus Russia, with a clear win for Latvia in this case, 3-0, with a 5-0 on both map 5 and 23. And a 5-1 victory on map 15. So that's good for SRK, right? I know there's plenty of people favoring SRK, and with that, he makes his way into winners round 2. Russia into losers round, though. Definitely a good team on the Russian side as well, right? I expect them to perhaps fight their way back. We have France 1, Denmark happening as well, with a victory going to France 1, 3-0. Making that a 5-1 on map 16 and 7, and a 5-0 on map 21. And finally, I have Spain versus England 2. So not England 1, which we just saw, England 2. And that was also a very close match, another 3-2, but in favor of Spain, bringing a 5-0 on map 25, a 5-1 on map 14, both for Spain. Then England 2 fighting back on map 7 and map 11, 2-5, and then 0-5. Only for Spain to close it out on map 06, 5-3. Sounding like a very, very close match, but I think we had the closest match on screen.
Now, excuse me, correction, but you said like France 1 versus Denmark, a 3-0 result versus France, but apparently
apologies.
it is actually Denmark.
It's reversed.
Completely, yeah. The maps have been reversed, and so yeah, I was a bit confused when I actually saw that. But indeed, it is Denmark who has won. 3-0 Denmark. Yeah, you might. It was precise that it was 3-0 for Denmark, but we kind of like had a bit of a struggle reading that. So sorry about that. So yeah, it is Denmark that moves on versus Poland. Then, so the matchups for the rest of the winner bracket, then for the second round of the winner bracket, we have Germany 2 versus Belgium. Belgium have won against Turkey due to a forfeit. Austria and Turkey have both forfeited their matches, so that was pretty much a default matchup there. Spain versus Latvia. Then we will have France 2 versus England. And finally, we will have Denmark versus Poland on the second round of the winner bracket. In the first round of the lower bracket, we have Portugal versus France 1, the Netherlands versus the Czech Republic, Russia versus England 2, and Turkey versus Austria.
I put it on the screen for those interested as well. You can see it right there. This is all coming up in just about 15 minutes. We've got another 8 matches for you happening at the same time. And we'll let you guys know in just a little bit which of the matches will be showing off. If you have any favorites, hey, let us know, right? It's important to let you see what happens. But exciting matches going forward. I'm looking forward to it. And in the meantime, enjoy some music. Hey, we got some cool new music for you. It's Stadium 2, I believe. So enjoy that. We'll be back in just 15. See you then.
Get your cat jams ready. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Trackmania Esports channel for the next round of the winner bracket of the Trackmania Seasonal Country Championship Summer 2021 playoffs. I'm Thomas Mengozi, aka G-Geek. Alongside me once again is your director for the day, Boney. And we're moving on directly to Germany 2 versus Belgium. This is already going to be a pretty stonking match with those two lineups. Let's talk a bit through the banks and bans. We had a ban from Germany on 23, exactly the same ban that we saw England actually do in the previous match versus the Netherlands. Then we saw Default for Team Belgium ban 21, which is the Speed Tech map, the first of the Black Series. And then we had the first map of the day of this match is going to be 20, which is the full ice map. A pretty interesting pick there. And afterwards, we will see 18, which was Germany's pick.
Yeah, I'm loving the 20 pick. I'm loving the 20 pick. It screams confidence to me, right? Like we already saw this one before, and we see what time differences this one can create, and how easy it is to simply slide out or go a bit too much on the inside line and falling out of the corner. Belgium, I guess, feels very confident on this one. They're looking pretty good in warm-up right now. They are sliding out here and there, which is, I don't know, I feel like to be expected on a track like 20.
Yeah, it's pretty par for the course whenever you get a full ice map like that.
Exactly, and it's gonna be interesting to see what they how they'll be performing on this. We don't have a lot of 20 series left with that, right? 21 ban, 23 ban, so possibly we could get a 22, a 24, a 25 in the randoms, but who knows, right? Who knows? I do always enjoy seeing the 20 series purely due to its length and the you know, the spots where things might go wrong. Though I personally not the biggest fan of 25 due to its end, I will say. But regardless, looking like a fun winners round 2 about to happen.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Also, yeah, we do have, well, I don't think we got full teams. Well, we got almost full teams. We got Scrappy, Default, AQLX, and Nathan that are on the server at the very least for Team Belgium. Whilst on Team Germany, we got everyone besides Granadi. So we got Massa, Eddie, Dexter, and Amaterasu. And apparently Amaterasu's benched. So Massa, Eddie, and Dexter will be the starting players for number 20. And Nathan just moved into spec, so it's going to be Default, AQLX, and Scrappy facing off against Dexter, Massa, and Eddie as we're underway with round number 1 already. Let's see who is going to get the best start. Everybody remaining grouped so far. Now into the first ice slide through here. AQLX, sorry for the mispronunciation, managing to get a good speed out of that slide, but Scrappy even more speed than that, takes the lead with Eddie in second place. Is anyone going to be sliding out mid-corner? Not from what I can see. Dexter and Dauphin battling with AQLX for third position. Scrappy going really close to the wall on the inside at the exit of that ice slide. That was a bit scary. And now moving on to this nice left-hander, then swap out for the right-hander. Make sure to not lose the gear, not to go too high or too low to avoid clipping one of the sides. And still, Team Belgium 1, 2, 3 right now. They're making their pick work in their favor really hard. Although AQLX missing the jump while missing the corner and sliding out. Dauphin having a bit of a moment as well. Dexter right there in between the Belgians, but it's still going to be a round for Team Belgium indeed with a 1-3-5. Scrappy winning with a 53.013. Eddie second, AQLX third, Dexter fourth, Dauphin fifth, and Massa in last position.
That was a fun, interesting ending to see Eddie to just swoop on in. I think that's one of the fun parts about an ice track, where a player just builds so much speed. You see everybody like doing okay lines, and then somebody decided to just turn up a notch and slides past. Though, as we go into the looping, we already have one of the players falling behind right there. I believe we are missing... let me see, Scrappy is out of contention. Yeah, look at Scrappy right there in the looping as the rest of the pack already made it past the 180 line and into the second half of this track. It's looking pretty good for Team Germany right now, down 1-0 right now. Though Default having a better inside line, able to overtake both Dexter and Massa right there. But Dexter strikes back once again. It's just lovely to see players sneaking by, though. Dexter going very, very wide, allowing Default to re-secure his first place, though. A number 2 and 3 for Germany will mean that they just need a number 5, and Eddie does so indeed, bringing home the bacon, making it a 2-2. Sorry, 1-1 even. words.
Yeah, making it a 1-1, yeah, indeed. Yeah, unfortunately for Team Belgium, it kind of went haywire with that mistake from Scrappy hitting the wall before the loop, and then AQLX having a unfortunate encounter with a palm tree, which is a bit weird considering that there is just a snow surrounding.
Exactly.
But remember, this is Trackmania logic. It's only second to like Payday 2, third to Payday 2, and Skyrim logic in this sense, in terms of environments. But anyways, moving on to round number 3, Dexter having a pretty good start alongside Eddie. Scrappy splitting the two Germans. He's got Dolfault and AQLX in 4th and 5th. Eddie sliding out of the double left-hander. Oh, Dolfault with a bit of a jump there, not really getting the transition right. AQLX coming in to back up his teammates. Dexter still leading AQLX in second alongside Scrappy and Dolfault. Moving on to the right-hander there. Dexter managing to get a really good exit. AQLX a bit slower compared to Scrappy. Scrappy moving up to second, but it's looking like a 2-3-4, potentially shaping for Team Belgium, although AQLX have a bit of a moment there again at that very same ice slide before the final corner. Dexter will win ahead of Scrappy and AQLX, and let's see who takes 4th. Oh, Dolfault has actually lost a place. He manages to make it to P5, around a second ahead of Eddie, but yeah, he lost 4th place compared to Massa, but it's still going to be enough to secure the point for Team Belgium, who move on to 2-1.
2-1. It's yeah, a bit of a sloppy ending right there for Dolfault, but able to recuperate nonetheless. Always it was very important, right? Eddie not having the best of times on this track though. Currently only gathering about 8 points in total. Which is a bit tricky. Massa also not doing too well either with 9 points at the moment. So so far looking like a good pick happening from Team Belgium, and looking to be in contention. Though again, one of their players falling behind right now. This is AQLX at this point. Though they do have Scrappy and Dolfault currently taking the charge. If they can pick up the 1 and 2, that should be enough. Scrappy very close inside line there, almost clipping it, but manages to stay in. Staying behind his teammate Dolfault right now with Eddie about a second behind. If they do not slide out, this can be a 1-2 win for Belgium, taking the map 3-1 at the moment, and they just need 2 more round wins to win the map. This is looking good. This is looking good. It's unfortunate for AQX to you know, having made a mistake early on, but they look consistent enough to win rounds.
Yeah, it seems like there's been quite a bit of damage actually in the round overall. Well, with 2 of the players, AQLX unfortunately pulling a Scrappy and missing the entry to the loop after the first ice slide, but then Dexter losing the grip mid-corner in the double left-hander after the looping. So yeah, there's been some damage in that round that has been done nonetheless. So still a good thing for Team Belgium to be able to gather that point with Scrappy and Dolfault, 2 really consistent and strong players to really hold their own. Meanwhile, Dolfault and Dexter, 1st and 2nd, battling it out at the second ice slide right there. And so far, it's Dexter who has the advantage, but Dolfault with a bit more speed compared to Dexter, who was actually exited a bit wide there. But he still manages to retain the lead. AQLX, Dolfault, and Scrappy still managing to get a placing that could be worthy of a round win. But Massa also is trying to have a bit of a play in this particular round's proceedings, and that's going to be a 1-3 for Germany, 1-3-5. Oh, Dexter going really close. AQLX missing the slide mid-corner. Dexter still keeping the slide nice and tidy through there. Massa going a bit high. Scrappy going a bit high towards the end. Is it going to be a 1-2 for Team Germany? No, but it's going to be enough to get the point. A 1-3-4 with Dexter winning with a 52.623. Scrappy 2nd, Massa and Eddie 3rd and 4th. AQLX and Dolfault 5th and 6th. And Germany goes back to 1 point behind Belgium.
1 point behind Belgium. And what a round. That was a tremendous round to watch. The lines were relatively similar, though Dolfault had some different lines happening, but very, very close finish right there, which is something you don't usually expect on a map 20. But right now, all the players, lots of players sliding out, actually. Scrappy, Dolfault, and Eddie right now taking up the 1, 2, and 3. AQLX did have a bit more speed, despite going pretty wide there. Just goes to show that going wide doesn't necessarily mean going slow in this situation, as it can often lead to bigger advantage going into the next section. Eddie, unfortunately, slides a bit too much to the left and hits the side of the checkpoint, has to respawn all the way back. Allowing Team Belgium to pick up another round win. Scrappy did slide out a little bit, allowing his teammate AQLX to overtake. But that is a-okay if it's just your teammate. Massa picks up the number 3 spot for Germany, but it's not going to be enough. That is a round win for Team Belgium, and they are on map point.
They are on map point indeed, and a beautiful finish from AQLX, actually managing to keep the low line nice and tidy through the final corner to overtake Scrappy, who went a little bit high, allowing him to win his round with a 53.192. But we're heading into round number 7 of this map, and the first of 2 uninterrupted attempts for the map points here for Team Belgium. Let's see who gets the best start out of there. And he getting a bit of a snow on the way in, but Dofal and AQLX 1 and 2 managing to get a good start. Dexter joining right there with them, trying to split the Belgian duo. Sorry about that. Yeah, Dofal managing to get. Oh, ooh, that was really close to the wall again. Very much like Scrappy, and Dexter having a lot more speed, so he manages to move up into the lead. Masa is going to be catching up to Dofal. Dofal going really too far down the inside, it seems like, and he's going to be losing a lot of speed going in through there. Oh, but AQLX goes a bit too high. That's a 1-2 so far for Team Germany, who are looking to take this point on the board and try to bridge the gap to Team Belgium. Oh, but Dexter and Masa having less speed at the exit of this ice slide compared to Dofal. Is Dofal going to be able to make it? Oh, it's going to be close, but not quite. 52.716 wins Dexter the round. Masa comes home in 3rd, and Eddie comes home in 6th, netting the point for Team Germany. 4-3 now. First attempt not successful so far for Team Belgium.
No, and I mean, Germany too, definitely not making it easy on Team Belgium. Despite this being the pick of the Belgian team, they are having to fight for it. Their ice slides are looking good, but it's looking like getting a bit better on the German side. Masa is climbing his way up through the live rankings with 24 points right now. AQLX right now, the weak link on the Belgium side, as he slides out of the 180 ice corner right there. Leaving just Scrappy and Dofal to fight for Team Belgium right now, as Dexter and Masa currently in the lead very comfortably. Dofal again going for his outside line. Not sure what happened to Scrappy there, if he accidentally slowed down there. Yeah, he did fall behind. He's 1.5 seconds behind right now on Dexter. Dofal also sliding out. And just like that, we've got Dexter. We have Masa coming in for 1 and 2. And with that, we are tied up.
Oh my god! 51.6. Where did you get that from?
Just, he turned up the turbo. He turned up the turbo, and that's the #1 local record. I'm not even sure what that is in world record rankings, but 51.699.
I mean, he did more than turn up the turbo. He pressed B for boost. That's what he did. But yeah, 51.699, taking the top of the local records. That is such an astonishing time. And we're moving on to decider round number 9, or straight away on map number 1 of this match between Belgium and Germany. And Eddie and Masa having a good start, getting the most speed out of that ice slide into the loop. And they're going to be 1-2, heading into the double left-hander right here. Oh, but Eddie slides out midway through the corner. Masa and Scrappy 1st and 2nd. Dexter coming in. Hello! Here comes Dexter. Then we got AQLX having a bit more speed on Scrappy, moving up to 3rd. But now it's going to be Masa and Dexter, the big and THE players, coming together to lead the 1-2 for Team Germany. It looks as though there might not be anything that the Belgians can do here to prevent a potential win, unless there's a supreme mistake happening. Masa losing a lot of speed compared to Scrappy, but so far Dexter still holding strong, and Scrappy sliding out. It will be another 1-2 for Team Germany. 52.34 for Dexter, who wins ahead of Masa. Scrappy and Dofal 3rd and 4th. AQLX 5th, and we see Eddie finishing in last position. GG to Team Germany, who take the first point, and they actually win the Belgians pick.
They do, and in what a commanding fashion as well. Dexter simply showed the Belgium team how it's done, and I mean, it was close fought, right? They did get the snipe with a 5-4, and Dexter, if I'm to believe Twitch chat, drove a top 10 time there. What a joy to behold, to have that happening right here. But we do go to the German pick right now, which is Summer 18. So a lot of sausage, a lot of bratwurst, to make that joke and just get that one out of the way. And hopefully not as many engine off blocks hit, because that is the way to go. You will hit the first engine off, but you want to jump over the second one.
Yeah, indeed. And again, Sausage Road is a bit of a peculiar one because, yes, it is tarmac, but here it is tarmac where placement of the car is even more critical than flat tarmac. Because if you actually mess up the corner, if you mess up your lineup to go on the inside, like here you have to jump directly on the inside there of the corner and make sure it stays on the corner and make sure not to actually have it too wide of an angle because otherwise you're just going to be jumping off of the map pretty regularly there, though. So then we come up to the final corners of the map, and you can see Eddie keeping a inside line through there and managing to get it in a 30 knot speed. Or actually, he did not. He did not manage to clear it, but only just. It's only a matter of pixels for missing that free engine skip. But here, it can cost as much as 2 to 3/10 of a second, depending on the run. So yeah, it's definitely going to be paramount to get that skip right if you want to actually drive a fast time on there.
Yes, it doesn't necessarily slow you down too much, right? But it is enough for somebody to overtake you. It's definitely a possibility to still nab out a round win, but you did see it happening there. Eddie not hitting it. Sorry, Eddie hitting it and Dexter did not, and you saw Dexter simply just crawling up towards him, and that can cost you, really. This is fast track once again. And I am not the biggest fan of sausage blocks, mainly because I'm bad at it. That is my argument. But at the same time, this is definitely a map that I enjoy a lot, right? Because of these close lines happening and really getting on the inside. If there is one thing, though, when it comes to sausage blocks and that will kill your run, it's hitting the barrier on the inside of a corner. You will get eaten alive. Speed goes away, and it's like you can't get away. I don't know. I think they put some sticky tape on there. It's simply just death at that point.
I mean, you're just going to get pulled into the border, and that's going to be basically it. And back-to-back local records again. Yeah, indeed, from Dexter driving a 44.29, won the warm-up. So let's spray, and it actually holds up for him in the live round. Also, Eddie of 0.196 just right behind him. So the German team are looking pretty confident about their picks as we're getting underway. Dexter, Massa, and Eddie again versus AQLX, Dolfo, and Scrappy once again for the Belgian team. We're already underway. Let's actually see if there's any casualty. No, not quite. Dolfo, a bit of a wide exit there from the pre-CP3 turn. Moving on to the first free wheel block, and it's going to be Dexter and Eddie leading quite comfortably here. Massa battling with Dolfo and Scrappy. Oh, Eddie having missed up the jump, and he's going to be respawning, so that could be the cue for Team Belgium to step in and try to snatch a few points away, potentially. Dexter, meanwhile, is solidly in command of the race, but Massa is creeping in behind AQLX. They both get the free wheel skip, and that's going to be potentially a 1-3 or a 1-2 before Team Germany.
Whoa.
Oh, actually, Belgium,
Scrappy
snipe him. 44.028 as well from Dexter, who keeps on improving his time. It's going to be a point for Team Belgium in spite of the amazing time from Dexter, let's face it. But yeah, Belgium managing to make the most of circumstances and also and of a big mistake from Eddie to take the first point on the board.
Definitely, and it was a snipe that needed to happen for Scrappy. If Massa picked up the number 3 spot there, then Eddie would have been totally fine, driving in 6th place. So very, very nice for Scrappy to make the just have a bit more speed in that final corner and close it out for his team right there. Who knows? Maybe Belgium will strike back on the track. Picked by Belgium, though. Scrappy flies out to the side right now. Dexter in a commanding lead together with his teammates, Eddie and Massa right now. Is it going to be an ace to maybe get some confidence back for the German team? It's looking like it so far. Eddie did hit the engine off block, but it doesn't matter as it's a 1-2-3 hit coming in from Germany to an ace and makes it 1-1. Is this going to be another round 9? Because I'm up for it.
I don't think it, as much as I would be up for it, I don't think it will be another round 9, considering the pace of the German guys. Apparently, according to Bits, that is top 50 Regio, the times that have been driven so far. And Scrappy again managing actually hitting the wall on the inside here at the first few corners. So unfortunately for him, he's going to be out of the running. Massa getting the best start ahead of AQLX. Then we got Eddie, Dolfo, and Dexter 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And AQLX with so much speed before the freewheel, taking the lead away from Massa, but he does not have his teammates to back him up. Dolfo is down in P5. Massa hitting the wall, and AQLX trying to do a board slide Tony Hawk style, but it does not work for him. Eddie and Dexter 1st and 2nd, then neck and neck, making it potentially a 1-2 for Team Germany. Both get the free wheel skip nice and easy, and Eddie will be winning ahead of Dexter. Let's actually check the times. It's going to be a 44.158. It's definitely not slow either. And in terms of times, Dexter in second place will make it so that it is 11 points versus 11 points for Germany secured no matter what, and it's going to be the lead for Team Germany, 2-1.
2-1, and I was following Dexter from the get. Like, the only reason that Eddie was able to take the number one is because Dexter just had a bit of a bad corner at the start. Like, everything else about what Dexter just did was amazing to behold. Through the first engine off block, you just saw he had so much speed and just cruising past all these players. Default out of the running right now for Belgium. Hits one of the flags. Yep, flag indeed. Eddie right now, though, taking the lead for Germany too, and doing a tremendous job at it. Scrappy, Dexter, AQLX behind him, but Eddie flies out again. A bit too much of a risk happening, though his teammate there, Dexter, overtakes the number one spot. AQLX right now trying to contest with Scrappy behind by about 2 seconds now. He did crash. Unfortunately, AQX hitting the engine off block, securing the number one spot for Dexter right there. AQX number 2. Let's see with number 3, Scrappy. Number 4, Eddie. They're going to need a number 5 for Belgium if they want the round, but they do not. Massa picks up the number 5, and with that, a 3-1 lead going to Germany too.
Yeah, that was a mistake from Dolfold in the final few sets of corners after the freewheel that allowed Massa to actually slide on through into 5th position and actually get the point for Team Germany. We're moving on to round number 5 for now. And yeah, it seems as though Belgium does not really have an answer to the German team at the moment. They could have had an answer a few rounds earlier, but unfortunately the consistency is just not there for the Belgian on this map, is it? Eddie, Dexter, and Massa grouped together. Look at this. And Dolfa, with so much more speed compared to Massa, alongside Scrappy, will be moving up into 3rd and 4th position respectively. Let's see if any transitions messed up. No, not quite. It's actually see everybody managed to make it through, although Scrappy was a bit slower. Eddie is in the lead ahead of Massa and Dexter again. Dolfa battling with Dexter and Massa for the potential of 2nd position, but it's not going to prevent the German team from getting the points, I believe. Oh, Massa actually took the free wheel, so he's going to get 3rd place denied by Dolfald, but still a 44.184 for Eddie, who wins ahead of Dexter on the .236, and that's going to be another point for Team Germany and another map point for Team Germany here coming their way.
It is looking very, very good for Germany too right now. If they pick up this map, they are 2-0 in the series, and they can afford a random map that may not be in their favor at that point. It's looking very good, and a very close round at the same time. Very enjoyable to watch as well as we go into round number 6 with Eddie in the lead, Massa in number 2. Though Massa just hits the side of the road there, falling behind. Eddie also not getting the slide just right, a bit of a no slide. And with that, Belgium, number 2, 3, and 4, with Dexter, the only German player remaining at the top of the track right now. Let's see if he's able to hold on to his number 1 spot. It's looking pretty good. He's looking commanding, as he usually does, with AQX and Scrappy trying to catch up, but Dexter's too fast for him, right? He just outruns them all. Massa and Eddie pick up the number 5 and 6 due to their mistakes earlier on. And while Belgium does pick up a round win, if Dexter keeps driving like this, it's bound to be a map win for Germany too.
It's bound to be a map win for Germany too, but that also must actually do their part here, the German boys. Either a 1-4-5 or a 1-3 combined with whatever can position the 3rd map can actually finish, or a 1-2 can secure their round. So it's going to be important for the drivers to hit their marks right now and be able to actually finish where they need to finish. So far, it looks as though we got a pretty tight situation at the front with Eddie, Dexter, and Scrappy battling for the top placings. Massa and Dolfo a little bit further behind with AQLX rounding up the field. Oh, Eddie jumping too wide, Scrappy landing on the border, and that's going to be a 1-2 for Team Germany at the moment, with Dolfo and AQLX having a bit of a rift between them and the German duo as we're heading towards the final corners with the free wheel skip. Both getting him right. Dolfo did not manage to get it, so he's going to be a little bit slower. But yeah, Dexter wins with a 43.946 to boot. Nice time there for Dexter. Massa finishes in P2. Dolfo and AQLX 3rd and 4th. Eddie 5th. And Scrappy 6th. GG for Team Germany, who take the 2nd map on the board. And they're moving 1 map closer to moving on to the next round of the winner bracket. But what a time by Dexter, sub 44.
It's insane. Like, I mean, 1, 2, and 3 local records with that go to Germany as well. Obviously, local records are just the server records, so not the world records. But It was interesting to see how Dexter was just so consistent, and while Eddie clearly was driving very, very fast, it just wasn't as consistent, right? Messing up a couple of times in the 180 sausage corner, where it just, like it didn't always pan out. But Dexter was very secure, very solid, and allowed Germany to take that round very, very convincingly, despite the score that we had of 5-2, right? It's still a joy to see a masterclass, right? To see a player
Yeah,
just
I
dominate.
was fairly. Are we seeing the pace from the German boys on the warm up? I think I was fairly confident it was not going to be another round 9 situation here on map number 18. But now we're moving on to the first of randomly selected maps, and we're moving on to map number 13, another sausage row map. That's only two. That's the second sausage row map that's available to play in TSCC, because remember, O4, which is sausage row map, does not actually feature in the TSCC map pack.
Exactly. We have all maps besides 1 through 4 and 8. Those are the maps we are not playing. So that I mean, I'm not sure if Dexter will be another sausage god on this one as well. I'm very curious to see how he will do, and I don't know if Belgium is gonna have to fight hard, right? They are behind 2-0. This was not a pick at all, right? And I'm not really sure what their performance is usually on this track, so I'm very, very curious to see how they handle it. Personally, this is one of my maps where I am probably very, very bad at. I still can't wrap my hand around that ending, right? That tight 180 sausage turn.
Yeah,
It's
the
a
placement
very
of the car.
finky.
Yeah, the placement of the car can be very tricky. Is something that's very tricky to get on this final U-turn towards the finish line. Indeed, yeah.
Exactly. It's a tough one, and I can imagine perhaps players simply losing placement due to oversteering on that one. It's pretty simple to do so, just because of the speed you go into that section there. It's hard to, one, get the jump lined up, and two, get the U-turn to 180 to go well. But we are live, round number 1. We are on map 3, Summer 13, and Germany 2 is up 2-0 versus Belgium. We're going, and Dofald right now is looking to strike back into a pole. Never mind, there goes his first place. Eddie decides to pick up that first place for Team Germany with a very close fight at the top right now. We've got Eddie, Scrappy, Dexter, and Massa right now fighting out for the number 1 spot. They are very close to each other. AQX is just lurking behind in the shadows, but lurking isn't enough. You gotta get in the front as Scrappy picks up the number 1. Dexter, Massa pick up the number 2 and 3, and Eddie number 4. That is a win for Germany too. And picking up round number 1, 1-0. This is a good start for the German team, just making their way towards a possible trio victory.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Dofal, I think we can have him on the list of casualties from head-on impacts here in on this day of TSCC. But nonetheless, we're on to round 2. Dexter having a solid start. He's right there with Scrappy in second position, Massa in third. Then we got AQLX in fourth, Eddie, and Dofal in fifth and sixth. Actually, Dofal having a bit of a mistake, so he's down last behind his teammate AQLX. But so far, the German team pretty composed in this map number 13 here on the Summer 13. Dexter holding the lead nice and steady versus Scrappy. A bit of a slower approach here on the U-turn, but still managing to get the top local record with a 33.798. Eddie finishing in second, ensuring the 1-2. Scrappy third, Massa fourth, Dofalt and AQLX finishing in sixth. So that's 2-0 for Germany too, having a really strong start there.
A really strong start, and it's looking like Dexter is getting into his element, picking up the number 1 local record there as well by 0.2 of a second over Toros Deska, who is on the Polish team, and the Polish team is the championship winners of the spring edition. So I mean that it goes to show he's feeling good on the sausage right now. Again in the lead right now, Scrappy battling it out. With Eddie and Massa escorting the Belgian player to the finish, but he doesn't want that. He wants his teammates with him, as his teammates are half a second behind on him right now. So that is going to be another win for Germany too.
Yeah, another win for Germany too. And yeah, we just got the word that apparently the time that Dexter drove in the previous round was a top 15 world. I mean,
Oh
this is
God.
Dexter is just on a whole. He's just in a different league altogether. That is just astonishing pace as we're moving on to round number 4. Are we gonna see a clean sweep to actually conclude this series? I don't know, but it might very well take the turn for that particular outcome as Dexter again takes the lead ahead of Eddie and Scrappy in 3rd position with Masa in P4. Dofon having a bit of a mistake, and so he falls down in P6 again. Let's actually try to see the perspective from Masa, who is a little bit further behind Eddie. Scrappy in P2. Dexter still leading comfortably here. Masa just here to actually make sure that actually the finish is going to be theirs. Actually, it's going to be a 1-3. Both missing the not really getting the perfect placement, and both actually grinding against the outside wall before the finish. But Dexter winning ahead of Scrappy. Masa ensuring the 3rd place is theirs, and Eddie finishes in P6. So that's going to be the point again for Team Germany, and the first of 4 uninterrupted match points for Germany 2.
They are in a very comfy spot right now. If they want to risk it, they can risk it. If they want to take it slow, they can take it slow, right? Just make sure to play it safe. The Belgian team is struggling with this one. You can, like, 4 rounds already. Dofod and AQLX managing to pick up just 7 points each. That is not enough. Not enough at all to strike back against this dominating Germany 2 team. After having such a close start, it's a bit disappointing to see going into the final round, possibly, as Germany 2 does have a 1-2 tree happening right now. Eddie, Masa, and Dexter. Though
What?
Eddie does hit the inside of the corner. There goes the casters. Kuros' AQLX and Scrappy pick up the number 1 and tree, allowing Dofal to round it out with 1 point. Belgium actually strikes back just in the nick of time. I already called it. That corner at the end, it can be lethal, and it was in this case.
I thought Eddie must have had it, but then they just flung the final corner and hit the in-picks in the inside, and Dexter just doesn't here in the first few corners. My goodness, you can never predict anything with Trackmania, do you? Anyway, Eddie, aside from Carl Jr. winning everything, you can't predict anything. Anyway, Eddie in first ahead of Dofon, Scrappy, and AQLX. This could be another point for the Belgian team on their way to try and climb back up the deficit that they have to Team Germany. And yeah, indeed, it's going to be another 4-2. It's going to be 4-2 now with Eddie winning the round, but he's got none of his teammates. Dexter finishing in 5th and Masa down in last position. Dofon, Scrappy, and AQLX scoring the bulk of the points, making it 4-2. Well, in favor of Team Germany, but now Belgium's just 2 points behind.
It's I mean, it's a bit of an odd reverse, right? Like if you simply look at the live rankings, you would say, yeah, no, this is a win for Germany, and they have been looking dominant as well. But Masa and Dexter making mistakes early on just really hurt their chances. Masa already hit the pole early on in the round, and Dexter just behind. Not sure what happened to him, but also just falling behind too much. This time, though, looking a bit better. Though Masa does the exact same thing, hits the side of the pole, but not to worry. Dofal also makes a mistake. So it is a 2-2 for Germany and Belgium for the top 4 right now, with Dexter in number 1, Eddie in number 3. That is enough for Germany 2 to take it home, though AQLX has more speed in the landing. Scrappy, AQLX, 2 and 3. Dofal with number 5.
It's still not enough for Germany, in spite of Dexter's time driving a .728. Wait, which one did he drive again? Like a few rounds.
That was 798.
798. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
So it's still around top 15, top 14 world thereabouts. So still impressive times for Dexter, but his teammates not able to follow up. And so now we're moving into the situation where Belgium is now just 1 point behind Germany here and could take it to round number 9 for just the second map here in this series. But Eddie has taken the lead. Dofalt has made the mistake again. He goes a little bit too hard in the wall. Scrappy moves up to 2nd. Ed, Dexter up to 3rd, and Masa in 5th. That could be the point that Team Germany needs right now. Eddie just needs to not loop it. And, oh, actually, Scrappy also managing to catch up. He needs to actually keep in front. And Scrappy manages to get the snipe, but it's not going to be enough with a 2-3-4 from Team Germany. It's the GG coming out 5-3 for Team Germany, who take the series 3-0. Belgium gave it a good go to actually climb back up here on map number 13, but just Germany, man, and most importantly, just Dexter, man. Dexter is a one-man army. Just wow.
It's amazing to have an anchor in your team that you can rely on to bring home points, right? Oh, it would have been 25 if the match went on, but we're not gonna have a 25. Dexter just really MVP for the match right there. He
Yeah, yeah.
showed us masterclass on map 18
Map
and
18, map
just
18 and 13. I mean, the Sunset Road maps, he's just untouchable. That's just wow.
touchable is the
Gener-
word indeed. Oh,
Impress. Yeah, Dexter's every time on average like half a second to 1 second faster than the next pursuing drivers. It's just staggering to think about, mind-boggling even. Anyway, let's actually take a look at some of the match results that might have been punched in. Latvia versus Spain. Spain have been sent down to the lower bracket by Latvia, who take the match 3-0. They won 5-0 on 20, so I'm assuming that was Latvia's pick. 22 was won by Latvia, 5-2, and then 12 was won by Latvia again, 5-0. And then we had France versus the first English team, and France won, I must say, not France 2, France 1 have won versus the first English lineup 3-0. They took the win 5-1 on 07, 5-0 on 25, and 5-2 on 17.
oh. I believe we don't have it. Do we have any more already? I just been no. We're just waiting. This was a bit of a faster match than the previous round,
Yeah.
obviously being a 3-2 previously with a 3-0 now. So
Yeah,
we are waiting.
A bit of an expected match, yeah, I must say. Well, they say France won. Well, France 2, England 1. Well, they say France, England. Well, that was France 2, England 1. Really sorry about that. Yeah, completely forgot that France 1 was in the lower brackets. Really sorry for
Yes.
that little
Playing
lapse
against
in
Portugal.
concentration. Yeah, but it was indeed France 2. That one versus England, yeah, indeed. And yeah, France 2 are moving on to round 3. Yeah, they're just going to be waiting for the result between Denmark and Poland. Although I mean, if Denmark managed to win against Poland, I think that's going to be a pretty big upset.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. We still need to update on the tournament page to Germany 2
Yeah.
Belgium. That will be entered in. So we will have a Germany 2 versus Latvia happening in winners round 3. And yeah, we don't know yet what the round 2s will look like, all depending on what happens in the round 1 lower brackets. But Denmark
actually,
Poland, I'm expecting I'm just expecting Poland to win it, but looking like they're not as quick as Latvia and France 2 in this situation.
Yeah, might be true. We're just gonna be waiting for all the match results to be given. Well, we got 3 matches out of 4 in the winner bracket. We are just missing France 2. Well, not Poland versus Denmark. France 2 already had that versus England. And also the lower bracket matches. Would be interesting to see who will actually be sent out of the tournament altogether. Remember, we have Portugal versus France, Netherlands versus the Czech Republic, Russia versus the second English lineup, and Turkey versus Austria.
Yeah, it's make or break for those teams. The games are still going on that side as well. Just looking at the teams themselves and who to move on. I mean, obviously, I'm hoping for the Netherlands to move on. That's I mean, I don't know. We can quickly look. I do have Spammy's
Oh
stream
yeah,
open,
true.
so we can quickly check in how this is going. He does have his interface off, so I can't really see what's going on. Oh, there's this warm up for Summer 05, so I'm not really sure what the score is at this point.
Yeah, it
Somebody
seems
in
like we
chat?
don't have the map count just yet, so we might have to might have to ask one of his mods if there is
Perhaps. I mean, that is the way forward, I think. If you are curious about the match perspective of any of the other matches going on, be sure to check out the Discord. In the Discord, we do have a channel for all the streams going on with restreams happening from the player's point of view. So in this case, seeing the Netherlands-Czech Republic match would be a good option to check out the Spammy's channel, for example. But for any of the other matches, just make sure to check the streams channel on the Discord if you're curious about your country and how they are doing. Looking pretty good for the Nuns right now, picking up a round right there. But let's not focus too much on that. And what do you think in terms of predictions? Let's ask you that. What do you expect to happen in the lower bracket? Who's going out? Who's going through?
That's a bit tough to say. Well, I've been trying to have a look at the French team who are currently playing versus Portugal, of course, for a spot in the next round of the lower bracket. I don't know. It could be close. I give the slight edge to France, but I think it could really go either way in terms of who from France and Portugal actually go out.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that as well. I know the Portugal lineup is pretty stable. They've played with each other before as well. They have Frev as a
As a
sub-in
backup, yeah.
player, as their backup. But yeah, they have Costo as a player that has played in this before, so I'm sure he's very familiar with how this all goes. Crave, Pika, and Silky, I'm not too familiar with, so I'm very curious to see how they do. On the French side, this isn't the Gwen lineup that is
Yeah,
France too.
first that was the first registered lineup with Nixobi, Melio, and consorts. Yeah, Nixobi, Melio, Mixed Mode, Hergam, and Scooper. There you go.
Yes, and so I'm very curious to see. I mean, the French players in general just are great at Trackmania, and looking at the history of the game itself.
Okay. The last winner bracket match result just got punched in.
Oh,
3-0 for Poland versus Denmark. They won. Poland won 23-5-1. Then they won 10-5-2 and won 25-5-3. So still Denmark managing to get a couple rounds in there still, but not enough to actually make any dent on the progress of the Polish team. So yeah, we're gonna get our rematch from the group stage potentially. Poland versus France 2. Remember how it went down? 3-1 for Team France 2, and the first loss for the Polish team in the competition's history. So yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting.
definitely interesting, and the match that I was expecting to happen as well. They are simply two teams that are
Yeah.
dominating, and I'm just looking forward to it, and it's gonna be hype. It's gonna be hype. Definitely the match to see in about 30 minutes. But good to know that we have all the winners brackets in. We don't know who's knocked out yet, though. That is the interesting part, right? So like Portugal, France, I'd say I give the edge to France in this case, though I expect it to be a close one. Just to quickly sneak into the Netherlands, Czech Republic, it's looking like Spammy is blocking the score of the Czech Republic, so I have no clue what their score is right now. But apparently that is a round win for the Netherlands right there. But I don't know what the overall map score is,
Yeah,
match score is, so it's a bit tricky.
yeah, the overall tagline is just going to be we're going to be waiting for a little bit longer in terms of France versus they're playing on Summer '05, and it's so far 4-3 in favor of Team France, but again, no real no info on what the map score is at the moment. We're gonna have to wait and see. It seems as though it might be taking a round 9 situation here for Team France versus Team Poland on map Summer '05. Let's see how they finishes. Yeah, indeed, it's gonna be a map round number 9 situation. But yeah, we're still gonna be waiting for all the results to be punched in. Wait, we potentially got something coming in.
Oh, Berserk's typing for England too, I assume.
Berserk for Berserk for England. Yeah, that's true. England too. Berserk.
Am I correct in saying that he is on? No, he's not on. He's in. Was on England
Yeah.
1?
England 1 or England. I don't really have any memory of who is lined up to what
Or
team.
he's
My
just
memory
typing.
is getting
He
a
was
little bit hazy.
he was just typing to mess with us. All right, I can tell. Quit it, Berserk. All right, come on, don't play with our emotions like that. It's just
Come
mean.
on!
It's just mean. Just because of that, I'm saying Russia will win it against England too. There you go. Boom.
Oh!
Just because. All
Oh,
right.
man.
I'm brutal. I'm brutal like that.
Yeah, you woke up and showed violence right there. Jesus.
Oh man.
In terms of the French team, well, it seems they did get a 1-3. Yeah, they got 1-3-6. Apparently, they won Summer on '05. Hold on. Let me just try to check in on.
Looking like GG's being typed in Spammy's chat right now. They won map 05. Not sure if that is the end of the match already. But, oh, they're going to play on 24.
Oh.
Interesting. I mean, it looks like they are going to play. I don't see them like, all right, we're done stretching and whatnot. So clearly they're still going. But 24, what a track. Now that is a track I love to see. There's a lot of, right, it's that whole grass tarmac with a lot of transitions in between. It's very important to get those jumps right, and it's so easy to bonk and just lose all your speed. Not only that, the checkpoints on 24 are a tricky one because you usually want to steer into a checkpoint and not just drive straight forward. So respawning on a checkpoint is very, very tough if your line isn't right.
Yeah, indeed. Well, on my end, map 05 was won by France at the end of round 9, so 5-4. Apparently, they're playing on 23. Apparently, there's a 2-1 advantage for France 1 right now. I'm not really sure. I heard very quickly tried to hear very quickly the scoreline, but I'm not really sure if I picked it up correctly. Anyways, yeah, the France versus Portugal game is still indeed going on our end. But you know what? I think whilst we're waiting for all the matches to settle down and everyone to actually be ready up for the next round of matches, I think we should go on to the break. And actually, we might have a bit of a caster swap right here.
We do,
haven't we?
Yes, indeed. I'll be sitting in the back row, just taking care of all the tech while Quantum Death Cat will be coming in. He was able to sleep in a little bit. Usually he gets up for these events around 7, 8 p.m., being in Canada himself. So we gave him a bit of time to just relax, calm down, get himself a bit of coffee before sending him into the caster's booth. So I'll be back later on in the day, actually. But nonetheless, thanks everybody for watching. Hopefully you've been enjoying all the matches so far. It's gonna be just a titan of a match. France 2 versus Poland coming up in about 30 minutes. It might be delayed depending on how long these matches go. It's looking like we got some long matches going. But regardless, hope to see you all then. See you in a little bit.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Trackmania esports channel for the Trackmania Seasonal Country Championships first day of playoffs. I'm Thomas Pangozzi, aka G-Geek, and alongside me for this really potent match between France 2 versus Poland, we have none other than Quantum Deathcat. Hello.
Hello. We needed a little bit of hype in this chat, right? A little bit of hype moments, and here we go. We're gonna start on 23, and afterwards we're gonna play on 13 before going on our random map selection, because that is what Poland and then France picked. Poland picked 23. France.
Yeah, indeed.
13. What were the bans?
And in terms of bans, well, France were the first team to ban it. They banned Map 20, which is kind of an obvious ban at this point anyway, when you're not really comfortable with ice, or you're facing a team that is really strong on ice, and even though you might be capable, you're not really feeling like you have the chops to face off the team. So that's an important ban. And then we had the ban on 25 then from the Polish team, and the back and forth about the map 25 ban was kind of funny, because when the map ban came in, apparently there was like the French team were like, they know we are gamers, but then you had Mime in Forever. They were like, nah, too long. We need to 3-0. We need to clap real quick so we can watch the end of Formula 1 qualifying. So yeah, that was a pretty interesting that was just pretty funny in my book. I don't know about you.
I like it. I completely understand it too, because I have been watching. Right, because obviously I watched this, but once the game ended, right, I just opened up my service provider and watched a little bit of Formula 1 Q1, right, and I mean Q2 is still not done just yet, but will be shortly. And then Q3 will start, and these guys obviously they want to see Q3, right? A lot of people who play Trackmania love Formula 1, right?
Yeah, I'm a pretty big motorsports fan anyway. I've watched the Le Mans once after it was done testing, I watched the Le Mans 24 hours for a little bit. And yeah, I gotta say, LMP2, man, the shenanigans at 3 minutes from the end, the leading car that actually had the engine cut off and they were not able to finish. And thing is, they actually managed to get the car to restart when they recovered it. It was a bad ECU apparently. But anyway, we went slightly off topic there, but yeah, we're about to get started with the match, and we're starting on 23 then, with the first round of France 2 versus Poland. The rematch from the group stage is happening right now.
Game number 1, map number 1 underway, and hopefully we get a 3-game series so we can finish watching qualifying. No, of course not. We want to see a 5-game series, obviously, and we can watch the highlights later on. Mime up in the lead, Volnera in second, Forever in third. Gwen is catching up to Forever, though. Let's see if that happens. The overtake does come through. He's got more speed. Volnera still behind, and Deska will overtake. Everyone will overtake Gwen as he slows down, and Mime will have a massive lead. Forever will be in second. Volnera vulnerable to the last place there as he slows down. Gwen hits the wall, and it's a very clear 1-2 at this point. Otak doesn't have the speed to really catch up, and he's gonna try. He's gotten a lot of it back. He clawed a lot of time back, but he was not able to get there. Mime with a 47.5. I do believe that's a top 20 time.
Yeah, I do believe it is also one of those really high tier times that have been driven by Mime, and yeah, just a full second clear of Forever right there, and yeah, that's quite the statement of intent there from Mime. He is showing the opposition and also even his own teammates that he is not willing to actually fool around. He's not here to sit around and actually make some numbers. He is here to win and to send those damn Frenchies down in the loser bracket as we're heading into round number 2 now. Good start so far, maybe a bit of a slow start from one of the French guys. It must have been Otak then towards the back. Mime and Volnera first and second before the drop down into the ice wall ride. Deska right there with Volnera battling for second position. We also got Gwen in P4. Gwen again taking a bit of snow on the way, and so he's going to be a bit slower. Otak overtaking Forever for the benefit of 5th position, but still Mime and Deska first and second, looking really good out here for the Polish team. Volnera trying to keep touch with the Polish guys, but it's not going to happen. He gets overtaken by Gwen even before the bobsled part, and actually he manages to get a little bit of ground onto both Deska and Mime, but it's not going to be enough to prevent a 1-2 from the Polish team, and even manages to get the finish, but only just. He managed to do a full 1080, eventually sending the driver unconscious in the process, but a 1-2 for Team Poland with a 48.075 and .226 for Mime and Deska respectively, making it 2-0 for Team Poland.
2-0 indeed. And Poland, I mean, this is clearly their map, right? They picked into the ice knowing full well that the French can't handle the cold. And, I mean, it's showing a little bit here, right? They've gotten themselves quite the big leads already starting off here. Within the first two checkpoints, they are already 3/10 ahead of the other three French players, Mime and Deska, out into big leads, not slowing down into this section here. Mime, so low, he'll get so
My
much speed and
God.
have so much time save. Oh my goodness, he's at 5/10 ahead of Deska and 8/10 ahead. Make that 1 second ahead of Otak and Volnera. The speed coming through here. Can he beat Kuzi's time? Let's see. Mime will go through the finish with a beautiful 48-0, but it's nowhere near his first round time. By the way, that Kuzi time was a top 7 time in the world when it was done. And so if I don't doubt Mime could beat that, but it will be quite the feat if he can. And even if he can, even PB before the end of this match.
Yeah, I mean, that is... I mean, I thought we were going to be witnessing faster times than that, but that's just to show Mime the level of consistency and pace that this guy has right there on 23. He's able to actually be able to scamper away at the lead and manage to actually make some good work happen for himself. As, it seems as though he's had one of the French team members. Well, it was both Otak and, well, it was both Gwen and someone else. He had Gwen and Diska that had a little bit of a shaky start. So they're down in 5th and 6th. Meanwhile, towards the front, Volnera going a bit high, Matt going super low and going up into the lead again versus Volnera. But Volnera with more speed, though. Look at this. The Frenchman moving up into the lead. He's got Ortak in 4th, but Gwen needs to overtake Diska at all costs if he is to get the point for Team France. Oh my, that was a shaky bobsled. He's going to be losing places thick and fast forever, moving up into P2. Volnera takes the win with a 47.827, and Gwen snipes him in, and that's going to be the point for Team France. Forever second, Gwen third. Otak takes the finish in 6th place to get 11-10, and that's going to be 3-1. First point on the board for Team France.
So you didn't see it, but Otak was in 4th, and he absolutely failed the jump. And so that was a complete win there for Team Poland, and they threw that right in the ending. They're both players, I think it was Deska and Mime, both of them failing the ending, allowing Gwen pass, who gets 3rd place. And that's just, oh, that is such a bad hit to take. And it gives a little bit of momentum to the French team with Volnera getting a very, very solid 47-8, only the 3rd player so far to get a 47 from what I know in these matches. So let's see if we can see any more with Mime and Volnera once again fighting for the lead. Gwen is in 3rd, Deska is in 4th, but he doesn't have the speed. Neither does Mime. Mime loses the speed heading into that the bobsleigh, and Volnera with a 48-1 will win the round. Mime in 3rd, Deska in 4th, and so 1-2, and it's 3-2 for Poland, but France too pulling it back with 2 in a row.
Yeah, and 2 consecutive mistakes at the final bobsled part there for Mime. Seems to be having a little bit of trouble getting the landing right, and thus keeping the amount of speed, the required amount of speed to actually get that part right. Well, although the first mistake was actually having a bit of a weird line through there. He almost, he went all the way into the flags there. He almost flew off the map with the reactor boost. But let's hope that actually the Poland team are able to recover. Mime again getting a really good start, 2/10 ahead of Forever. Gwen is right there with Forever in 3rd place. Deska in 4th. Otak and Volnera complete the top 6 at the moment. And oh, actually we had the slowdown from Deska, it seems like, or one of the, or was it one of the French guys? I think it might be Gwen that might have to slow down. I don't really see the names that well. Mime and Forever 1st and 2nd. Otak 3rd, but Otak has less speed than Deska. Look at Gwen though, the landing he got. He's supreme there, but it's still going to be potentially a point for Team Poland. The 1-2 shaping up for Mime and Forever. Let's see, Mime wins. Forever second indeed with a 48.391 for Mime and 0.661 for Forever. And Poland are on map point number 1 here.
And let's see if Volnera can finish. Yes, he can. Oh no, that is a shaky, shaky map here for France. They can be strong, but it's an inconsistent map all around, right? You won't see people doing the same time consistently, and that's what's special about this map, is that it's one of the most inconsistent maps we've ever seen in any campaign before, right? The only other map I could think of is Summer 08 that is as inconsistent as this, where you can't get the same time over and over and over again. There are so many slowdown opportunities that you can get on this map. There are so many opportunities for you to mess up, and when you don't mess up, you could still be 1 second behind your PB somehow. It's such a weird and inconsistent map. No matter how you take it, you'll always find yourself in a weird position. Mime, though, is in a position where he can win this map, but his teammates might fail him. Otak and Volnera are in first and second. Gwen was in fourth, but Gwen is now in third, and it's a 2-3-4 for the French team. Let's see if they can still win it out here. Yes, they will. 2-3-4. Neska cannot snipe for fourth, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. And that is 4-3 for Poland, but a win for France too.
Solid round. It was one of the closer rounds that we've seen so far on this match here on 23. 1 second between first and last, but a nice group for France too. Nice group finish for 2-3-4 to actually get themselves the round win that they need to get themselves back in the game of sorts here on map 23. Meanwhile, on the start of the 8th round, Mine getting a good start. Gwen having a really slow exit from the bobsled into the grass, so he will be down in last position, confined in last position. Meanwhile, Deska and Volnera battling for second position. We also got Otak in P4, Forever in P5. Mine, meanwhile, still commandingly leading the round, managing to keep that gap nice and flush, around 0.6 of a second ahead of his teammate Deska, who had a bit of a low landing there. He's going to be harassed by both the Frenchmen, Volnera and Otak, but it's not going to be enough for them to prevent another round win and a map win from Team Poland. A 47.446 from Mime. Very, very strong time there. Deska finishing in second, ensuring the point, and it is the GG for Team Poland, who win their first map 5-3, making it 1-0 in the series.
That's a top 10 time by Mime there.
Yeah.
Right at the end to win the round, along with Deska, the 1-2. And I mean, they win that one, and it's not that convincing either, right? France was pretty decent on that map. It was just the consistency that really killed them, right? It was one player really failing at one point or another, right? And that really cost them the map.
Yeah, indeed. So we're moving away from ice for now. We might see 12 being picked up. I mean, we've already had like 20 or 23 being picked up randomly in the map order. So having 12 pop up is maybe not that far of a stretch. As we're moving on to the map that's right next to it, map number 13, Sausage Road map.
Sausage Road map. We were talking about this one earlier before we even started casting. How this is probably one of my least favorite maps, but that's just for me. It's actually a very well built map. I'm not going to lie whatsoever. It's very well built, and it's actually really good for competition like this. You can see who can keep the speed better than anyone else, and you can also see that the Polish team are not too bad on this map, getting themselves some 34s there, and their PBs are actually quite up there as well when it comes to that. Can they do them consistently though, like they could on 23?
Yeah, that is definitely something that needs to be kept in mind. Doing PBs is one thing, but doing PBs consistently is quite another matter altogether. But if you were there in the previous matches that we had a little bit earlier on, we had, of course, Germany 2 versus Belgium, with the final map for that series being map 13. And we saw a little guy named Dexter. I don't know if you heard about him, but yeah, he seems to be pretty good if you look at the local records with a 33.7. Yeah, that was some pretty nasty times being driven by the German team at that time. But yeah, quick little roster rundown then. Volnera out for Team France, letting Energize step in, whilst, yeah, we also see Forever actually getting on the bench, letting Tomshan actually play for the Polish team here on map number 13.
And just a little update, that time made by Mime in the final round would have been good enough for 9th place. But obviously he's got the 2nd place time with a 46.7. The only 2 players are himself and Elcon being able to do 46s on that map. So could you imagine there's more time save to be had, 7/10 of time save from that time that we saw Mime do in the final round there as we head down for the first round of this 2nd map.
Yeah, here we go then. Map number 13 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who will get the whole shot. No big casualty so far. Maybe a little bit of a casualty on the Polish side with, I think it was Deska, who had a bit of a slow start. I think it was. Mine taking the lead ahead of Gwen, Otak, and Energize, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Let's actually check in on one of the French guys. Otak right there in the middle of the field in 4th position. currently you see Gwen harassing Mime, trying to make some moves happening. Otak having a bit of a slow landing there from the jump over the slow-mo block, energizes MP3. Gwen versus Mime for the lead. Hold on, that could be spicy here, and Gwen will take the win with a 34.047. Energized third, and Otak fourth will make the round win for France. And yeah, that was a finish separated by just 33 thousandths of a second. I think I'm counting right. Yeah, quick math.
Hundredths of a second. Hundreds of
No, thousandths.
hundreds.
Milliseconds.
Right. Oh, 33. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Makes sense. As I was thinking 300ths of a second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. My bad. Just a little rundown. Otak and Gwen are really good on this map in 11th and 16th in terms of PPs. Mime and Deska, though, are in 18th and 19th, so they're not bad whatsoever on this map either. It's all down to consistency, and right now, it's a 1-2-3 for this France 2 team. And so the French players, very consistent on this map. And look at everyone. No one died on this map. Everyone gets 34s. Everyone's separated by 310s. A very good round indeed, but it's the consistency coming out from these French players. Energized with a 0.16, Gwen with a 1.16, and Otak with a 0.3, and even Mime with a 0.17.
0.160, 0.162, 0.174, just 14 milliseconds between first and third. That's how close it was here on this second round on map number 13, as we're already through to round number 3. And yeah, France are really trying to make the most they can out of their particular pick. If they lose that their own map pick, and they end up on a really bad map for them, then it's definitely going to be a bad day. Meanwhile, Gwen, look at the speed that he got. Deska, unfortunately, messing up his line. Mime versus Gwen for the finish, and man, Gwen actually touches the inside line, but Otak comes in to save the day and takes a 34.338, 5 thousandths ahead of Tomshan, but then Energize and Gwen secure the point for Team France, and they are up 3-0 now on Poland on map 13.
That's a very, very solid round there. Once again, we get to see some more magic out of the French team. And, I mean, it wasn't as fast as the first 2 rounds, but they made it work anyway, and it's such a good map for this French team. As we're starting off with a bit of a yikes there for the Polish side. Tomchan is the only one really fighting with the French up in the front. Mime is in 4th place, but very, very far behind with 4/10. Deska also in 5th place. But if Tomchan can win this map here, can win this round, he will be the one who saves his team, because Mime and Deska in 3rd and 4th, as here he comes. Yes, he wins the round, and that will be a win there for Team Poland. Energize was with a 0.7, just in behind, right? It's not that slow of a time, but it's a round loss anyway, and he comes in 6th place despite that. But in the second round, that was, yeah, that was even more of a yikes.
Otak tried to do everything he could to prevent Tomshan from actually winning the round, but he went a little bit too wide at the exit of the final corner and actually caught airtime, sending him into the outside retaining wall, and that allowed Tomshan to actually get the win and secure the win for Poland. But unfortunately for Tomshan, the pole rides right in his way, and he clipped it with the right rear, and that is the end of his day for now on this round. Meanwhile, Gwen, Otak, and Energize 1, 2, and 3 at the moment, looking to potentially get an ace on their hands right here on this round. Just 1 corner to go. Make sure to not go too wide.
Oh,
and again, Otak goes too wide. Mime getting the snipe, but it's not enough to actually prevent from winning the round. The 1-3-4 again with a 34.050 for Gwen ahead of Mime. Energize and Otak 3rd and 4th. Deska and Tomshan 5th and 6th. And we're on map point number 1 for Team France here. They're looking to tie the series up.
They want to tie it up 1-1, and it's no wonder that they do, right? This is their map pick, and they are the touted to be the favorites coming into this map, of course, and then coming out of it, I mean, it's going to be 3 random maps if we get 3 rounds of action, as that was Tomchan, who is absolutely out of this round. Mime and Deska need to 1-2 or 1-3 to stay alive in this map, but right now they are 1-4, and with Gwen overtaking Mime, even Energize overtaking Mime, it's all about the final corner. Deska is out, Mime does not get first or second, and it's going to be 1 and 2 for the French.
GG, my god, it could have gone oh so differently for that. Well, not so differently because it would still have been a 1-3, but still, Mime trying to do as much as he can to get maybe 1 point extra compared to the French team, but it did not go their way, as we're going to be moving on to 1-1 of the series and moving on to map number 15 for our next map.
Map number 15. This is a map that you don't really get, that we don't really talk about. It's not a map that gets picked in too often. It's not a map that really, it's a map that exists. How about that? Is that a way of explaining this map? It's a map that exists. It's a very similar map to 13, where you need to keep your speed, but also has a lot of tech, but it also has other elements, such as a beautiful dirt turd and a very nice loop that you need to do with grass and make sure that you don't lose your grip on, or else you're gonna hit the wall. And these players here, that's exactly what they're capable of doing. They're capable of playing these maps without ever losing grip, and it's quite amazing to see. Let's see them do it during this warm-up here. Yeah, exactly. No one died in that loop. Meanwhile, you and me, Geek, we practically just die every time going through there, right?
Either die every time, or if we don't die, we just don't carry the speed through there. And that section right there, that section after the loop, where you have this left-hander where you go outside of both poles, and then that chicane section, that thing is terrifying. It's a terrifying sequence of corners if you're not really used, if you haven't played the map and you're not used to actually gauge the speed that you can actually carry through the corner, because at any moment you're just going to be steering too early, or having a little bit too late, having a bit too much speed, or not as much speed, and bang, you're just going to be end up being a pinball. That's pretty much what happens.
And yeah, this map is again, like I said, a map that exists. Now, when it comes down to the best players from both teams here on this map, you don't actually see anyone in the top 20. Roadtaker is 21st, right? So I'd be surprised if he doesn't play on this map. But none of the French players pop up until number 30, which is where Gwen stays at the current moment. And Volnera is in 37th. You got Mime in 39th. And the best time by Roadtaker, obviously, 45.7. And yeah, you might see some 45s, some low 40, obviously high 45s. As the fastest time for this map here. Not every player is that good on this map. It's a very impressive map when you nail it all together. We saw some 46s here already, some low 46s, and that's what we might see some more of during the rounds. But a really fast time, yeah, you're gonna see like a 45.9 maybe. Maybe a 45.8.
Yeah, those are very big maybes, because remember, the pace in match is not the same as the pace when people are hunting for times.
Exactly.
And Mime forever and Deska forever coming back in instead of Tomshan, and Roadtaker still sitting in the bench right now. Whilst Otak, Energizing Gwen, we're still keeping the same lineup for Team France as we had on map number 13 as we're underway right now. Let's see who will get the first checkpoint. It will be for Otak with an 11.218. He's right there alongside Deska, Energize, and Gwen. It seems that the top four are looking pretty solid out here. No big mistake. Oh, but as I say that, Gwen actually touches the outside wall just barely. That's enough to do the damage. Energize promoted up into the lead. Otak into P2. Deska and Mime in 4th. Gwen in 5th. And Forever, unfortunately, in 6th place, having made a big mistake at the start. And so we see Otak and Energize, who are going to be looking to get the 1-2 on there to actually secure that round for Team France. A 1-3 will even be enough. Deska having a bit of a trouble here, getting overtaken by Mime, but it's not going to be enough to prevent the French team from winning. 46.088 from Otak. Energize driving a .266. That's a 1-2 for France. That will net him the first point on the board on map 15.
So Gwen made the first mistake of that round. Just as you said it, right? He hit the wall. And it's just a slight little touch, but it brought him down to 5th place, 1.5 seconds behind his teammate as he was in 1st. But Forever, he did something a little bit worse. He got yet-pulled right at the end, as he hit the only pole in the vicinity after grinding on the railing on the side off of the jump. So very unfortunate for Forever there. I'm again surprised that Roadtaker is on the bench, as Gwen in the lead with Energize in 2nd. Otak is in 4th here with Mime really fighting it out. Forever is in 5th place. Deska has died already, so he will not be anywhere on this map in this round. Gwen out into a big lead with Energize now. Mime gonna try and ruin the 1-2, gonna try and take that away from them. In fact, he's gonna try and snipe for 1st place, because if Forever can at least get 3rd place, no, he's dead as well. He won't be able to finish. Mime will finish in 2nd place, but look at that Gwen! 45.86, that's nearly a PB for him. In fact, That is such a good time. Right? That's less than 1/10 away from PB. Is he hunting or is he racing on in a race tournament here?
The line can be very blurry between the two depending on who you ask, but yeah, that was such a strong time. 2/10 clear of Mime's 46.054, which is second in the local leaderboard. Yeah, but that was some strong pace there from Gwen, near PB indeed. As we're moving on to round number 3 here on map number 15. A bit of a slow start for Gwen here, having taken a bit of a penalty grass on the way in. Nobody hitting the poles before the grass looping. Nice and easy. Deska and Energize battling for first with Mime right there in third position. Oh, Deska forced to release a fair bit. Energize not slowing down whatsoever. Keep your feckin' foot in it and hope it works. And it does work for Energize as he holds the lead. Gets joined by his teammates Gwen and Otak. 1, 2, 3 right now. Could this be an AA ace for Team France? Mime is trying to break the stigma and prevent that from happening. Let's see how that goes in the final corner. Mime with a bit more speed than Energize, and maybe Otak. Is it going to be for second place? Yet Mime takes place, but it's not going to be enough. The 46.013 for Gwen, who wins ahead of Mime. Otak and Energize third and fourth. That will be 3-0 for Team France.
Now, I know it doesn't sound like much, right? You saw that. You saw that ending by Mime, who just absolutely sniped both Otak and Energize there. But
Yeah, did not
that's
lose
only
as
a
much.
1/10 time save, right? Only
Yeah, did not
1/10?
release as much. Yeah.
So it's such a small amount of time, but it does such a massive difference, especially during tight rounds like this. So the fact that he comes through here, this is why he's Team Poland's he's such a weapon for Team Poland, as I do believe that was Forever clipping into the no, it wasn't Forever. I think it was Deska. Yeah, it was
and
Deska.
Mime. Deska and
Yeah.
Mime both with mistakes.
But Genius's Energize is also dead, so Forever versus Gwen versus Otak is now the race being held. And in behind, it's Deska versus Energize. Gwen hits the wall, Forever hits the wall! Otak will take the lead. This is the most scuffed win that we've seen so far. Everyone dies except for Otak, who actually wins with a pretty slow time considering what everyone else has been racing with so
Forever,
far.
what doing?
Everyone else with 47s.
What doing Forever? I saw that from the perspective of one of the chasers. I think I saw that from the perspective of Deska, who was chasing Energize, and yeah, he completely missed the landing. Tried to do a board slide Tony Hawk style, but it didn't work that time for him. Meanwhile, we're heading into round number 5, and a map point potentially shaping for Team France right here. They're just one round away from going 2-1 in the series, and oh, that's one of the French players. I think it was Gwen, and actually pulled the pull. No, it was Energize who actually did the pull, so it's going to be up to Gwen and Otak to actually get that round win on the board. Oh, Deska's gonna land on the border. That's gonna be game over for Deska. Mime a bit wide compared to Gwen. Forever going for a really nice tight line in third position. And it's gonna be Otak in P4. Energize up to P5. That could still be enough. The 1-4-5 could be enough to get the round win for France. Mime is trying to prevent that from happening and get the point for Team Poland. It's gonna be up to the final corner, into the jump into the water to the side. Mime versus Gwen. Who's gonna get the more speed? It's gonna be Gwen, but just Otak in P3, 1-3, and that's gonna be it. It should be the GG as long as Energize finishes. He finishes in 5th. GG to France, who take a clean sweep 5-0 with a .995 from Gwen in the process, and that is going to be 2-1 for Team France.
They should have picked this map instead of 13. They were strong on 13, but they were so strong on 15. Absolutely taking advantage of the fact that Forever and Deska are really not consistent on this map whatsoever. I'm surprised that Rotaker did not participate in this map. Maybe we'll see him on map 11 as we come in here for this map.
Oh, Sausage Road again. Sausage Road again. Well, not as much as 13, but still Sausage Road.
Yeah, this is also one of my not too good maps. Again, it's a tech sausage map, right? I will never see the end of the day where maybe one day I'll get author medal on 13. First, I need to get gold medal, but author medal is really my goal. I have a month to do it, right? I still have a month. But these guys, they have had it for over 2 months now. They've known how to drive this track since day one, and they are definitely showing us their prowess on these maps. They've had 2 months to learn these maps, absolutely perfect them, and perfection is what we're watching right now, Geek.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, so map 13. Now, to give you some context, all right, the time at the top of the local leaderboard is a 31-1 by Deska. As a pleb, well, pleb not so much, who's actually just hit master, but whatever. My PB is a 31.872. So yeah, these guys are pretty feckin' fast if you ask me. But yeah, that will definitely be something that the French team will be looking to capitalize on. And yeah, whether they like it or not, Poland are going to have to pull something pretty special here if they actually want to get it that to the decider and maybe pray for a map 12 pick. I don't really know.
You're hoping for another blue map, right? That's exactly what you're hoping for.
I don't really know, but I mean, Poland are gonna have to pull something and try to get that map away from France and get that point away. And I'm thinking that they will be hoping for map 12 to come up if they ever manage to win that map. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. So when it comes down to the fastest times, we've actually have no one on either team in the top 25. Deska is again the fastest player when it comes to everyone in this lobby. Deska in 28th with a 31-0. Roadtaker with a 31-0 as well in 32nd place. And going down, I don't see any French player whatsoever here actually. So Energize in 57th with a 31.09 as his best. So it all will come down to consistency at the end of the day. It's not going to be about who's the fastest because from 30th all the way down to 60th, it's not even 0.1 of a second the difference, right? So it all comes down to consistency, not time that will really make the difference here, because I think we're going to see even closer rounds than we did on 13. As we're underway, ladies and gentlemen, for the fourth map here. Round number 1, Energize out into the lead. Otak will overtake him. Deska falls down to 3rd place as Forever will overtake. Volnera has come back into the fray here, and I think it is Mime who, Tomschanz, my bad, who's taken this. So Roadtaker and Mime are out of this one, not going to be playing, as Otak and Volnera will get 2nd and 3rd, with Begenius's Energize in 5th.
Otak and Volnera, Forever and Otak separated by just 0.02 of a second. 0.288 versus a 0.290 for Otak. Yeah, I guess we should have done a little roster rundown because we have seen a bit of a change. Mime is being benched in favor of Tomshan, who joining Deska and Forever, whilst over on the French side, Gwen is getting on the bench for the first time and letting his place to, well, it seems to be Volnera from what I've seen, but yeah, so far it seems as we got one apiece out for either team. We got Volnera out, and we also got, I think it was Forever out that made mistakes early on in the round. Meanwhile, Otak and Energize first, well, Otak first, but Energize battling tooth and nail versus Tomshan and Deska to get 2nd position. Deska hits the wall. Tomshan moves up in 2nd position at the expense of Energize. Otak will win with a 31.258. Tomshan 2nd, Energize 3rd, and Deska 4th with Volnera and Forever 5th and 6th. It's going to be 2-0 for Team France after this round.
That is a good win for Team France. Once again, they are looking very, very strong and consistent. As I said, this map isn't about the speed, it's about the consistency. And this map is a lot like 13, where if you crash, you're dead, right? And, I mean, this map is all about crashes. Even on 15, right? They'll crash a lot less than on this map, or so it seems. Deska out into a small lead at the start, but it's going to be Energize who steals that away. Tomshan is going to try and beat him there, but Volnera with a superb corner there. He'll get himself out into a big lead, so much more speed. Deska, Energize comes out of nowhere from last to first. How did Energize do that? He came from last to first, and Otak gets 2nd. Somehow Volnera, who is in the lead, gets himself 2nd to last.
Yeah, that's such a great last corner there from Energize, managing to catch up so much and finishing almost a 10th ahead of the next man behind him. But yeah, so far Otak and Energize, the best point scorers after 3 rounds. 16 points for Otak, 12 for Energize. Volnera having a bit of a time here, tied for points taken with Forever with 8 points. He's going to try to get a little bit back up to speed and try to get some more serious points for his team potentially. Energize and Volnera first and second. Oh, both Volnera and Forever jumping out and faltering into the wall. Deska's the only one remaining to battle with the French boys. Energize and Otak will be securing that 1-2 with the 31.266 for Energize and the 0.310 for Otak, and it's going to be match point number 1 for Team France.
That is such a good round for France, and France, believe it or not, have won 10 rounds in a row. Poland has no answer here for this French team, and France beat them in the group stage, right? As we talked about, this is a rematch from the group stage. Poland lost. And right now, it's looking like another loss. They need a reverse sweep here to win out this map and then win map number 5. And for that to happen, you'd think they need map number 12, as you said earlier. But Volnera out to a big lead. Vulnerable are this Polish team. They need to win this one out. Energize. He's in second place.
Well,
and
Brutal
they're
Volnera!
dead. France
Sorry
2
for that.
will move on to the winner bracket finals.
Yeah, winner bracket finals. Sorry for shouting in the middle of your speech, but yeah, that Volnera, the player that just won the round, is from the same region that I live in. So yeah, always got to cheer your fellow, not countrymen, but fellow regionmen? I don't really know how to say, but yeah, really, really great win from Team France, coming back from one map down after losing 23 to a solid 3-1 finish, sweeping 3 maps back-to-back. Congratulations to Gwen, Otak, Volnera, and Energize, and I guess to some extent Sapi, even though he wasn't there. But yeah, they will be moving on to the next phase of the winner bracket indeed.
And I mean, you say you gotta cheer on your countrymen. Well, I mean, my own what is it? My own countryman, right, is Carl Jr. I live actually 20 minutes away from him. But it's very nice to see that you have so much competition in your area, so you actually can play against players who are tougher in that sense, and not just that, but have high tier players to cheer for, right? All I got is Carl Jr. and maybe Tubes, right, when he pops up and comes around, but that's a little bit more rare. And really, if you look at the summer 2021 campaign, from my area, Lyrus is in second place. You might be, who is that exactly? So yeah, it's a little rough for me.
Yeah, that's okay, but yeah, strong performance from France 2, proving that no, they're not gonna lose once more. They're not gonna lose in any way to Poland. Poland was not gonna be able to get this one back in any way, shape, or form. As soon as it went out of ice, it was all over. Once it went to tech, it was all over. So yeah, the big dub there for Team France. We're going to be moving on, of course, to the next phase of the winner bracket, which is going to be winner bracket round 4. Well, the winner bracket final, should I say, rather.
And well, Geek, this was your last match of today. Will you be back
indeed.
Tomorrow, though?
Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Indeed, I will be back tomorrow with the last 2 matches of the day, which is the last match of the lower bracket final and the grand final, of course. But yeah, for now, that will be it for me. Thank you very much for allowing me to cast alongside you, and for being alongside me, Quantum, as well as big thanks to Boney for being alongside me for the first 2 matches. And as for myself, well, I'm gonna dip out, take some coffee, and try to catch up the replay of the F1 qualifying session, because there was some shenanigans there. But in the meantime, you guys will get Boney again, this time lining up alongside Quantum for the last match of the day, which is going to be the lower bracket matches. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the TSCC. My name is Quantum Deathcat. We've got ourselves our final matchup of today with myself being obviously here as well as Boney for the final match. They're there. It is all online. Ooh. Oh. All right. 07 is the first time I actually see that getting picked in. It's a very tight map. It's obviously very short as well. So if you think you have a 2/10 advantage or 1/10 advantage over your opponent, this is the map to pick, obviously. And if you're on the other side here, 16 is a pretty normal map to pick into, right? Would you agree with that? It's a map that you normally see picked into very often, so you might expect to play it from time to time. And I call him Epos. I call him Epos. Dr. E.
That explains a whole bunch. Yep. This is the problem with directing everything. Audio is an hassle. But you should hear me now. We're live, round number 1. Everything I just said, it's somewhere in the ether. Just assume it was all kind words to all of the players all around. As we get into the finish with J-Cray and Bossbez picking up the 1-2, Apos and Idol rounding it out with 3-4 and Dunsty and Radiance 5-6. That is a win for England. Apologies for the mute, but I mean, you got Quantum. It's cool.
Guys, you won't imagine just how much crap he was talking about these players. I mean, he saw Epos on the top, and he was talking so much crap about the Polish players not being able to beat Epos's time.
It's true. It's true.
Head into the next round here. England out to the 1-0 lead already. Epos, Bossbez, 1-3. Radiance, though, with a little bit more of a higher line, will allow Bossbez to take that second place, 1-2. And look at Epos getting some 23s in the mix consistently. And with Bossbez there right behind, I'm not surprised they actually picked into this. If this is how Epos and Bossbez and Idol will be playing, well, Idol, as long as he's actually able to move and not idle around, will be able to help his team win some rounds.
It's nice to have a anchor in your team, and Epos is doing just that, making sure that whatever happens, England should be getting some points, and hopefully, like the rest of the team just needs to keep up. Right now, though, J-Cray contesting Epos for that number 1 spot with Radiance lurking behind, but Bossbez sneaks into the number 3 spot. That's a 1-3 for England, with Idol rounding it out, making that a nice 12 points. And another round win for England. They are 3-0. This is some good. It's a good lead, but we've seen these leads disappear before, so we're not done yet.
It's such a small map, right? Like this map is all about tenths of a second, right? Not even tenths. It's about hundredths of a second, right? So
Definitely.
it's all about that 1 or 2 extra kilometers you can pick up. And the only thing that you shouldn't really do is run into checkpoints as Bossbez comes through. No, he gets sniped by Dunst. at the end there, and that was actually a pretty slow round by English perspective, but Idol was dead, and so was Epos there, as he doesn't finish. Denmark with a 1-3-4 winning it out there.
Yeah, what a snipe. Apos unfortunately going a bit too high towards the second half of the map, hitting the ring checkpoint and abruptly slowing down. Not what he wanted, but hey, it happens. So you know, you're just gonna have to accept it for what it is. We do have another player just flying out. I believe it's one of the English players. It was Boss Best, yes. But Epos is here to pick it on up, picks up the number 1, but with Jake Ray and Radiance and Dunsty picking up 2, 3, and 4. He fought hard, but he needs his teammates with him, and they were not close enough. That is a round win for Denmark.
By the way, people in the game chat are saying that Epos is nuts for his consistent low 23-9s, and they are very. It's actually very surprising how fast and consistent he is on this map. Maybe follow him this round so he crashes, you know.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Let me just there you go.
That round. The speed out of Epos is so extreme, and his margins are so fine. His exits so fast. He's so inside on each and every line, on the edge, each and every time. 23-8.
Holy crap!
What a time!
So I don't know. I think me spectating him just gave him more speed in this instant, because a 23.878. Wow, that is just ridiculous to see, right? And I mean, I can't expect any of the players to skip this reset block right there. So no shenanigans in that sense. But he's just ridiculously fast, and he is very much coming to his own. It is tied up right now, despite his speed. But looking like this might be a way for the English teams to set up for map point. They do. Bospez coming in clutch for the number 1 spot, barely overtaking his teammate Epos right there. Jake Ray, Idol, and Dunstay rounding out the 3, 4, 5, and a no finish from Radiance.
Now, please keep in mind that there is a cut on this track. There is a small cut that can be done, right, to save about 1 second of time. Despite that fact, our boy Epos here just drove a top 100 time. Despite there being a cut, he did not cut. Bozbez and Epos, though, 1 and 2, they will win this round for their team, and they will move on there with a map win to their name, getting themselves up. And that is a good way to start us off. Map 16, I do believe, is up next.
Yes,
and
map
what
16.
do you think of this map for the English side?
I mean, I'm curious to see this. Map 6, while, you know, covered in dirt all over the place, 16 is, you know, very much a dirt track. Yeah, you've got your, you know, your parts of just road in between, but it's mostly about, you know, get into the dirt, keep the gears going. I'm curious to see if maybe they played into Epos's hand. Perhaps he will convert his dirt skills into 16. But it is a Danish pick. Bospez right now looking to have the local record, but we've seen local records getting crushed over and over in the previous map, so I don't care about local records, all right? What do they tell us, really? You know what they tell us? SRK driving a 908.48 101. What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Who knows? Maybe Epos will come back here. I know Epos. We've seen Epos and the UK team playing on this map before, and Epos actually took the back seat. He relaxed on the bench. So maybe we won't see any new top 1 local record time, but maybe Bozbez will show up here and show us how it's done. Madpie on the side was on the bench earlier for that first match, and Zephyr is not there to play. So that's a big hit for the English team, right? You can't forget that Zephyr is one of their better players as well.
Yeah, and he was doing a fine job in previous rounds as well. So unfortunate, but we'll see if it matters. Yeah.
George Russell is on pole position.
Is that the guy who crashed?
No, that is a
No.
Williams driver. The second slowest car, I do believe, in F1 is on pole position. Unless Max Verstappen can do something. We're in warm-up. It's fine. We can talk about
Oh, yeah,
Formula
yeah. No,
One
we got time.
as
We got time.
qualifying ends. Verstappen coming through the final corner. Can he get it? He's 1 second up on Russell. He barely beats him out for pole position, but Russell will be on the second position on the grid for tomorrow's race. Holy moly. It's like he was driving a Mercedes out there. Holy man. That's sick. As we head into this map here, I don't think we'll see anything else like it. If you guys weren't watching F1 qualifying, you should definitely rewatch oh my goodness, you should definitely watch the replay when it comes out. Oh my goodness.
Oh man,
The crowd is going nuts.
I'm gonna let you recover while we get
Thank
started
you.
with Summer 16. Round 1, England versus Denmark. Radiance taking a bit of early bonk right there, following all behind to 6th place. And instead, it is Kato for the Danish side driving along with his teammate Dunsty. So if they can keep up that 1-2, that would be a good win for Denmark. This is their pick after all, though Bossbez and Madpie are hunting them down. Let's see if this corner goes well. You can lose a lot of speed here. Looking pretty good for all the players. Nobody able to overtake any of the other players. So it's looking to be a 1-2 from Denmark with Radiance in number 5. Good stuff, though. 45.5, 45.6. Nice round to kick things off on Summer 16.
Very, very nicely done for that Danish team, and they look to be very strong on this map. 2/10 ahead of their nearest rival, Bossbez, who's not too bad on this map. With all that said, Dunsty, along with Radiance and Kato, are pretty good on this map. And seeing Madpie play this out along with Epos, I mean, we said it earlier, right? Epos normally plays break on this map, so not really a map that you normally will see him play in this format. Radiance up in the lead. Bossbez in second, gets overtaken by Dunsty, who comes in behind with a little bit more speed after doing the drift. And so it's a 1-2 once again for the Danish side. They got Kato up in 5th place as well. Bossbez tries to overtake Dunsty, but that's not going to happen. Radiance will win the map along with Dunsty in 2nd. Bossbez gets 3rd. Kato gets 4th.
There we go. Just like that, a 2-0 lead for Denmark, where previous map, obviously England's pick, and they won it. The Danish are looking to do the same for their own pick. It's looking good for them so far. And let's see if they are able to keep it up. Dirt is on point with Kato and Radiance currently in the lead. Dunsty right behind with Bossbez trying to contest right now. Looking at all these gears being held beautifully. Kato does lose a bit of speed. Radiance even more, having to drop down all the way to 4th place. Dunsty and Kato do keep up the 1 and 2 positions right now, though Bossbez very, very close by. Let's see if he is able to overtake in this final corner, maybe able to get some more speed. He does not. Radiance crashes out, so it's all up to his teammates right now to make it happen. If Bossbez is able to overtake here, that would be a good thing for England, but he is not doing that at all. It's Dunsty and Kato winning it for the Danish and a 3-0 lead.
And Denmark has catapulted itself up 3-0 in this map.
Easy. Love it.
It's the easy little puns like that that I will always love to make. As Denmark are showing their prowess on this map. They are playing extraordinarily well. England aren't playing that bad either, right? But it's just the consistency out of these Danish players. Radiance is considered their worst player, and even he on this map, and even he is doing very, very good when he isn't crashing out, of course, right? And you could say that out of any athlete, right? They're good whenever they're not injured. So
that's nice, yeah. Usually.
Usually. Bossbez out into the lead, looking for the first English win with Madpie up in 3rd place, but Dunsty has got more speed than Bossbez, going to try and go for the overtake. He's actually got even more height than Bossbez, and look at this, they're neck and neck. Little bit more speed for Dunstan. He'll win the round by mere hundredths of a second, but it's not going to matter much because even though Kato is in 4th, Radiance crashed a little bit too much and it was down in last.
That is first win for England on this map. So they are fighting back, not just letting Denmark get away with a 4-0 lead. It's tough to fight back from that, right? The pressure is on, and you really, really got to make sure you keep your head cool. One mistake will cost you at that point. But this gives them a bit of a buffer, a bit of leeway as we go into round number 5 with Bosbest in the lead right now. Radiance and Dunsty very close behind as well. They take a bit more speed into that third corner and allows them to overtake Bosbest, who took it a bit safer. So it's Bosbest and Mapai right now trying to hunt down the Danish duo. Let's see if they are able to do so. Dunsty falling a bit behind because he slowed down earlier, but able to get more speed on the exit. It's looking like a Radius Dunsty win happening right now, as Mapai and Bosbest, try as they might, are not able to overtake that Danish Delight. That is a 4-1 lead for Denmark, and map point. They can tie it up 1-1 if they just get one more round in, and they're looking poised to do so.
They always get those 1-2 extra tenths on the English side there, and even if one player absolutely messes up, it still doesn't change their strategy, right? And they absolutely balls to the wall all the way to the finish, and all 3 players here for the Danish side can win a round, and that just proves it, right? So let's see what we could do here with Radiance out of this round. Madpie up in the lead. Let's see if Kato and Dunsty can make a comeback here, and they do. They're going up into the top 2 podium positions here with, Epos getting up into 3rd because Madpie dies, and so did Idol, who is out of this round. Not Idol, my bad. Bosbez, who is out of this round. Radiance in 5th place. Dunsty and Kato will win the round for the Danish side, and it's 1-1 in terms of the maps.
Yeah, 1-1. And just to bring, I don't know, I just want to bring some attention to it. Look at the live rankings, right, where Epos was just dominating 07. This, unfortunately, was not his track, only netting 13 points for his team. Unfortunate. So hopefully this Summer 11 will be a bit more in his favor, or perhaps he decides to, take a bench and just, recuperate for a little bit. It's, tough to not really be performing for your team, and maybe he just needs a bit of rest, as it is a sausage fest waiting to happen. We've already seen this track in the previous match between France 2 and Poland. So I'm very curious to see how this will go for England-Denmark. We can see in the local records, right, dominated by the French and Polish players. I don't see any of the current players. I guess they haven't played this track yet on the main server.
Not on this server. Probably on other servers, though.
Right,
But, yeah, these 2 teams have played this for sure, and I wonder how they will stack up against, as you said, the French and the Belgians and the Polish.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm sure we'll get some local records and some warm up kings coming in to give us a bit of perspective on what to expect. Jaktor, the fastest of the bunch right now. Maybe he will be taking the field this time around. And we'll see, who will be coming in, who will be coming out. It seems like all the players are playing. Epos right now is spectating right now, so it's looking like he will be taking the bench, along with Radiance as well. So, curious to see which players will be fielded by both teams. Not sure what to expect. A lot of people on the track right now, so everybody feeling like driving. I see Sever Chris also just hanging out in the pack. Maybe he'll be coming in. It is 1-1, so...
We know that Radiance and Epos aren't playing, right?
Right.
They are already on the bench. Oh, and Idol, I think, will go on the bench. Yes, he will. And who is it? It's Kato who's going to go on the bench for Denmark. So Jaktor, Jake Ray, and Dunsty for the Danish side. Madpie, Bosbez, and Zephyr for the side of the English.
All right. Well, I mean, it's quite a change. The lineups, they're pretty dynamic, right? They're not changing... they're changing way more than we have seen other teams do so, which is in my opinion, you know, it's good to know like what is the strength of every player, and you know, really play into that. Perhaps a player that you know can pressure times and maybe cause the opposing team to you know risk a bit more than they would like to. But we are live, round 1, Summer 11, and we have everybody very, very close together. No mistakes so far. Let's see. It's possible that people slide out of here. Nobody slides out. Everybody keeping the traction on the sausage block. Boss currently in the lead right now with Dunsty hanging out as well. Though Boss slides out. Dunsty picks up the number 1. Matt Pie bringing on the number 2, but a 1-3-5 Jake Ray on number 3. Suffer Chris 4, Jacktor 5, Boss 6. 1-3-5 is good enough for Denmark to win the first round, as they bite a chunk out of the English side. Unfortunate that Bospez made that mistake at the end. Maybe the line just wasn't good enough, right? The sausage blocks can lead to these complications.
He overextended on the outside, right? He tried to go into the middle, and he just pressed right a little bit too long. Had he won that round, had he not slipped out there, even if he got second place, they would have won the round. So that is a big ol' F for the British side, as here we go once again. 2v2 moment here. Jacktor is in 5th place along. Oh no, Zephyr dies. So it's Jake Ray up against Bozbez. Bozbez will barely edge him out by 0.003 of a second. But Dunsty gets 3rd, and guess who gets 4th? It's Jacktor. So 2-3-4, it's a win for Denmark because of the mistakes out of Zephyr and Madpie. They need to get more consistent here. They can't allow themselves to lose this out just because of small little dinks like that and bonks.
They definitely do not, but it's especially with sausage blocks, right? I feel risking is a fine line indeed, right? You can risk on road, you can risk on dirt, and you know, like the worst thing that usually happens is either you lose a gear or you barely clip the side of the barrier, right, with your back wheel. Sausage blocks, oh, they're punishing, right? They'll eat all of your speed away as we get into the final jump. We have 2 resets happening at the end. What a close round it was. Dunsty, the only Danish player in the top 4, as the rest of the top 4 is made up of English players, Matt by Chris and Bospez, rounding it out. That was a close one, honestly, towards the end.
Well,
but it went wrong for Jacktor and Jake Ray, really. The risk.
I mean, you see it at the end there, right? Because 1/10 separating the first 4 players. That is quite the intense round, and I mean, good round all around, and everyone's right by writing that one down in the chats. Jake Ray out into the lead with Dunsty up. Oh, he gets himself up with a very nice curve there, as Bozbez will try and overtake. He's just a little bit on the outside, but he has full grip, allowing him to pass Dunsty and Jake Ray. He'll go into this finish here, where everyone is still alive. And here we go, except for the final there. And Madpie would have won the round, but he gets sniped by Jacktor because of the pole. He gets pulled by 1/1000th of a second.
How close that was. I mean, Bospez already slid out towards the end, similar as he did in round 1. But to finish it off like that, yeah, I think what Radiant said pretty much says it all. Good old sheesh for that one, as Denmark leads 3-1, and what a round indeed. So close, these rounds on Summer 11, and it is a map that I don't know, it just works, right? If everybody keeps the grip, it's great. Jacktor right now, having lost a bit of speed, is in 6th position, though his teammate Jake Ray in number 1. Able to overtake Bospez there. Very close to the edge, everyone. Let's see how this ending will be. Jake Ray does pick up the number 1, Mapai in number 2, Dunsty in number 3, allowing Jacktor to just take a number 6, but he decides, you know what? Give me a 5th position. I'm happy with that. And that is a round win for Denmark. They are map points. If they win this one, they're up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, and they are looking poised to do so with up 4-1 currently. And I mean, it's due to the start that the English had, right? They were fast, but they just don't have the consistency. And even though everyone's finishing the rounds now pretty quickly, you need to be faster. But if you want to be faster, you got to risk more, and it's all too rough. Zephyr up in the lead. Madpie is in second place, though. They look poised to win this round. It would be a catastrophe if they lose it here, but a 1-2 will allow them to win the round. Both of them with 31.52s, and that will ensure them they one more round.
One more round, one more chance, really. Denmark has 3 opportunities to close it out right now. It's all about, keeping that focus. This is a relatively quick track, taking only 31 to 32 seconds, depending on the players. Though so far, it's all been 31 rounds, right? At the top, everybody is just inching out as much as they can, saving, like a hundredths of a second on every single corner if they can. A great competitive match going on. Jake Ray right now in the lead to get over his teammate Dunsty. Let's see if in the ending they are able to close it out. Bosbez picks up the number 2 instead, but Dunsty exchanges at the end. 300ths of a second separating him and Bosbez. And with that, Denmark wins map number 3, Summer 11. And they are 2-1 in the series. Let's see. What is the next map? We don't know. It is random. I'm saying 25 right now.
RNG 12.
12. Fair enough.
So, yeah, Denmark has won. It's a 3-1 GG win for Denmark. GG, everyone. We can all go home and enjoy qualifying. You can all go home now. The stream is over. I would be very surprised if they do come back here, though, because Ice, as we all know, 20 is the insta ban for England, and they don't look very good on 23 and 12. It's one of their weakest maps by far as far as the team itself goes, and well, they just happened to fall upon 12 while down 2-1 the series. It's not looking very good for them, and they're in the losers bracket. They need to win this map here. They need to win on one of their worst maps to get just to map number 5.
It's gonna be tough because the only one I see right is Map High. That's it. Though he is number 1 local record. Bosbez 14, Epos 15. I'm not sure. I mean, to be, like 12 in and of itself, while obviously there is, ice going on, it's not your pure ice track. This is definitely the fast, the PF map of the campaign, right? Most of the time, you don't even want to move too much on this ice to make sure you keep building up as much momentum as you can.
So I do have a little bit of insider information about that.
Hit me.
So the UK played against Latvia in the preseason, right? As a little scrim match. Those are the times that you see on top currently. And Davigno and Kuzi were playing against Madpie. That's pretty much how that went on. So Madpie is the only one who can really race up against these guys, and I think he'll win most rounds. But it's all about second, third, and fourth place. And his teammates were never even 1 second within Madpie's time. So they really need to pull up here. They need to be able to show up and get themselves in there, right? Bosbez's fastest time is a 35.0. Epos' fastest time is a 35.4, right? So it's going to be all about who can win the round, right? So first and second place is going to be fought between Madpie and it looks like Dusty as well. And it's all going to be about the midfield fight afterwards, right? So we're not really going to be looking at the first 2 positions because it's all going to be about like the third and fourth position that's going to make the biggest difference, right?
Right, that makes sense. I do want it's going to be exchanging the 1 and 2 and seeing whether or not the ones in the back are able to nab enough points. But we are live. Round number 1 on Summer 12. Is Denmark able to close it out, or is England going to fight back and stay in the tournament for one more map? We are live as Dunsty and Kato right now are taking the lead. Madpie is coming in with a lot of speed. Is he able to overtake Kato there? He's going to need to, though his teammate Bosbez is a bit too far behind to really make it matter. Dunsty picking up a bit more speed in the end, and in fact, enough to overtake Madpie once again, making it a 1-2 for Denmark, and with that, they win round number 1.
I thought you were going to say they win the series.
No,
I mean,
no.
I would agree with
No.
you, but
Don't put
but
words in my mouth. Come on.
hey, listen. I'm that one person who just craps on everyone, right? Equally. I'm worse than everyone here, and yet I'm the one who talks shit about everything. No. Denmark do have a good chance of winning this one here. They have all the players necessary to win this match here, and they're up against a team that has struggled a lot on ice. Idol right now up in the lead. This is the first time I've actually seen him in this position. Can he actually jump low enough? He's not as low as Kato is, so he won't have the speed. But Idol, he does make himself known that he can drive on this map, getting himself second place. But Madpie getting fourth. Had a faster time, maybe a mid 34, they could have won the round with Bozbez getting fifth, but that's not gonna happen. So they're gonna need those two players here to come in, right? They're gonna need Madpie and an Idol here to both play up to their best Trackmania.
Right. I think that is, yeah, that's what you're banking on right now. From what I've been seeing on the Danish side, Jake Ray isn't having the best of times, so there is that benefit to England. Bozbez at the same time also not driving too well, so it is really a Madpie Idol train to carry him over. Kato right now, though, in the lead for Denmark. Idol went way up high. Is that still enough to get the third place? No, it is not. Dunsty comes in to snipe it on away. If he was able to pick it up, even would he? Yes, yeah. Bozbez to number 5. It would have been enough. It would have been enough for a round win. So Idol going too high, costing England the round, and Denmark leads 3-0.
Oh man, they're left hanging up in the air, absolutely gutted. Once again, losing 11-10 due to, I'd say, something pretty preventable, right? You're just going lower down on the bobsleighs. Actually, a really easy thing to do, right? It's very easy not to fly up so high up in the air, and it's something that you don't want to see happen here. But with Madpie in the lead, they need him to win this round. They need him to stay low, and Kato will go even lower than him. But Idol is in second and third place along with Madpie
at the same time.
Exactly. Guess who gets fifth? It's Bozbez. Guess who gets last? Jake Ray. Jake Ray not knowing how to drive this track. I'm guessing Jack Turret Radiance don't either. And it's all down to Dusty and Kato winning these rounds most of the time. But yeah, England finally getting a point on the board. If they can get ahead of one of the two, Dusty or Kato, and then beat out Jake Ray in the end, they will win the rounds. And that's all they need to do.
It's I mean, it's a 2v2, right? That's what we're seeing happening right now. It's Idol and Madpie versus Kato and Dunsty, and it's very close every single time, as we are seeing in these times, with just, you know, like a mistake in the end usually costing it, as Kato right now in the lead with Idol and Madpie fighting for second place, but it's looking to be Madpie to pick it up over his teammate Bozbez, picking up the number 5. England is fighting back with that one. Dunsty was not able to overtake. He wasn't close at all in that situation, and 2-3. I mean, I don't think this is as done as it might have seemed at the start. I think we have a match on our hands.
Yeah, Denmark definitely want this done and dusted. They do not want to fight on a 5th map and figure out that it's a map that they're not that good on, right? They need to win this one out right now. They have the good opportunity to do so. It's just that they need Jake Ray to really get anything other than 6th place, right? And with Idol getting first here, Kato here, he needs to get ahead. He needs to get a lower trick, and he doesn't. And so it's going to be Idol who wins this round in front of Kato. It's very close, but Madpie gets third, which allows Bozbez to win the round for them with a 5th place. And once again, Jake Ray coming in last. It's all going to be down to whether Jake Ray can get even like 5th place. 5th place will be more than enough for Kato and Dunsty to really finish this one off. But we're tied at 3 here. It's a best of 3 heading into the final 3 rounds.
It's so far, just looking at live rankings, right? It's definitely Bozbez, very, very consistent in that 5th spot, and it's definitely a boon for England, knowing that they generally don't have to worry about getting a 6th spot happening. It's, again, right, it's that 2v2, and Kato and Dunsty are just really trying to carry Denmark through this match right now, as they are in number 1 and 3. This is good enough for them to take another map round, though this time Bossbez in 4th place. Doesn't matter too much. All they need is a finish from Jake Ray to round it out, and with that, Denmark wins the round. And with map points, they also have match point on their hands. They have 2 rounds to make it happen. Otherwise, they're gonna have to fight on another map to not get knocked out. But that's England right now, right? They just don't want to get knocked out.
They don't want to get knocked out, and they need to win 2 rounds in a row here to do it. They need to get this W, this win, if they want to stay alive here in this tournament. They'll need to do it twice in a row. Idle in the lead. Kato is in 2nd place. Dunsty fighting with Mad Pie for the final podium position. Bosbez is in 5th. Jake Ray hasn't died yet, and so if anyone goes too high up in this sector, Idle, he's dead. He's dead.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he will. And Dougie Bosbez winning the round, getting 5th place. And look at those close times. I think Jake Ray even PB'd here with that time. Yes, he has, but it's not going to be enough.
Not gonna be enough. We're tied up into round number 9. We go. Will England bring it home to one more map, or is Denmark gonna close it out and crush the British dream? Let's find out, as Idle right now in the lead, together with his teammate Magpie. Bossbez as well hanging out. Are they gonna try to finish it off with an ace? Not according to Kato, as he just drives past Bossbez, no problem whatsoever. Though Magpie in the lead together with his teammate Idle. Let's see, are they able to pick it up 1-2? Is it going to go to map number 5? It's looking like it. Kato is trying to get in between, but he does not.
And look at those times. So many low to mid-34s getting themselves the win. England looking so strong now. A lot stronger. I did not know Idle really practiced this map. He hadn't done so last time we played up against Latvia. And so he wasn't that good when playing up. But now he's really shown that he was capable on the map. And even though Bosbez, he was 5th place nearly every single round, he was ahead of Jake Ray every single time. And we get a LOL map to finish us off here.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we get coin flips.
And we do love us some coin flips. Oh, man. Let's see if the bonks are in your favor. If any of the teams just know the lines exactly. But to just get back on the previous map, it seems like if Idle really had these issues, he was good on ironing out his weaknesses. And it really proved to be a boon for the England team, allowing them to stay in. Very curious to see how the bongs will go. England team was able to win in round number 1 against, and I need to check this because my mind is not that up to date, against Netherlands. There you go. You know, my team. They already were knocked out. Netherlands lost against Belgium. Thanks for that, Scrappy. Really do appreciate it. Don't have anybody to be biased for anymore, so that's cool and all.
I mean, at least you had someone to be biased for in the first place, right?
Exactly.
I didn't even have a team. Hell, there's no North American team, right? No Mexican team, no USA team. Like, I guess I can cheer for Denmark because they own Greenland, right?
Sure.
That's the nearest landmass.
That's reasoning.
So the nearest landmass to me is Greenland. So there you go. I'm voting for Denmark now.
All right.
Easy. That's my bias.
And you got to be biased for someone, right? Otherwise, what's the point, right? You got to be cheering for those you believe in. And I don't know. I'm gonna root for England on this one. They have been showing a lot of heart and soul and whatever else they say on any of these talent shows. I just believe in them. All right, they're gonna do great. Matt Pie even throwing in a little bit of a corkscrew into it just to swag in warm up. Oh yeah, they got this. They got this. Easy clap.
Easy claps. We're seeing a lot of 23s coming in here, so maybe, just maybe, we'll get to see some amazing times. Maybe something that will rival Gwen and Mime's times up there. As we go on here for the first round of the final map here to decide who stays alive and who dies. Is it going to be England? Is it going to be Denmark? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Dunsty out into the lead, gets overtaken by Radiance and Bosbez. Zephyr is also playing along with Magpie for this English team. And here's Dunsty, who's got so much speed. Here's a 23 incoming, 23-8. Magpie gets second, Zephyr gets third. It's all about fifth place, and it's Bosbez winning out the round over Radiance.
And with that, England wins their first round. I think this is the first time in 3 maps that they actually took the early lead. It's been Denmark winning at the start, so maybe a sign of good things yet to come. Regardless, we are going Radiance with a little bit of a clip right there, falling behind, and not just the clip, decides to go fully into the cinder blocks. Very unfortunate for the Danish side, but fortunate for the English side as Magpie gets a good bounce right there. Dunsty and J-Cray hunting him down right now, and they do get the number 2 and 3, but Chris and Bosbez with 4 and 5. That is enough for the English team to win another round. 2-0 up against Denmark. I think they're quaking in their boots over there.
Shaking and quaking and shivering and sweating. Everyone, both teams, I think, are doing the same thing here. And these rounds, 11 to 10, right? So it just shows you how close these rounds are. So it's all about not dying while being fast, right? You gotta just not die. That's the end goal of this map. Dunsty with such an inside line. Look at him. He's got so much speed, but he lands so late. He'll get third place, though. Radiance wins the round, and it's all about J-Cray getting fourth place, and that's 2-1 now for England, but a win for Denmark.
Maybe, I don't know, back and forth again. I'm just going to root for England. I'm just going to assume that Denmark is just going to suck and they're all going to fail and nobody gets to bonk anywhere anyways. We're live on round number 4 once again. England leading 2-1. Let's see if any of the players will make any early mistakes. It is easy, despite the corners being easy as well, to bonk, right? You just want to get as tight as possible. But let's see, how do the bonks go? Bonk, 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 all the way down. Zephyr decides to go for a little bit of flip along with Magpie, and Dunsty and J-Cray round it out for Denmark. We are tied up, 2-2.
2-2 with another very good series of plays there by Denmark. Another 1-2-4. They almost get the ace, but thwarted by 1/10 by Bosbez. As we head into the 5th round here. Best of 5 now, pretty much, heading into this first of 3. It's practically 0-0 once again.
I mean, pretty much. It's curious. Oh, man. Take it away, man. I don't want to.
Thank you. You don't want to.
I don't want to.
Radiance out into the lead, but it doesn't matter up until who lands first off of this head hit, and that's going to be Magpie. J-Cray will get second place. Radiance, no, it's Zephyr who snipes Radiance there. And it's all gonna be down to that wins the round because Magpie got first. Radiance getting sniped there by Zephyr loses him the round.
That was a snipe needed for the English. And 3-2. Just 2 more wins. That's it. Just 2 more wins. That's how you should be thinking about it. If you're on the English side, whereas if you're on the Danish side, like, stop him from winning, all right? Just get the bonks right. What are you doing? Bonk, bonk, bonk. And that's just what they're about to do. Dunsty, unfortunately, sliding out a little bit there. Falling behind on number 6, but it's all about the bonk. Who gets the bonk right? Who does not? Dunsty slipping out. Radiance also losing too much speed as Magpie and Bosbez pick up the 1 and 3. Dunsty actually having to reset. He will get the 1 point, but that is match point for England after, a tough 12. For England, they're looking in, commanding in the lead, and they have 3 opportunities to win the match, and with that, move on. Denmark would be out. Let's see. 3 rounds at most left. This could be the final round of today, ladies and gentlemen. It just depends who gets the better head bonk as we go along into the final sector here. Final turn. Dunsty and Radiance 1 and 2. It means nothing if you don't get a good head hit. Magpie will get second place, but Dunsty will win the round with a 23-8. Radiance and J-Cray get third and fourth. They need to win 2 more rounds in a row to win this one out. If they win the next one, we will get into the final round of the match. No matter what happens, if England wins that one, then it is a win for them. If Denmark wins the next 2, they will win the series.
It's so back and forth.
I mean, it would be great. It would be a best of 9 going to round 9 on summer '09. That's just really, who could predict that? Who could come up with that? As we again go into the final section, this goes by so quickly. Who gets the bonk? Who does not? Dunsty gets it, Sephiroth gets it, Jake Ray gets it, but who gets into the finish is very, very close towards the end. Jake Ray and Radiance pick up the 1 entry, allowing Dunsty to round it out on number 6. We are in round number 9.
Radiance just sniped Madpie by barely anything. If Madpie gets ahead of Radiance, it's a win for England. That is how close. 6,000ths of a second is what separated them between a win there. Will they lose it? Up 3 map points there, but that's 1 death out of the Danish side. They need 1-2 or 1-3, but that's not gonna happen. Dunsty is pretty much out of it, and there is Jake Ray out as well. It is a win for England as Madpie and Bozbez get 1 and 3. They do not shit the bed. They do not throw this map away. They do not throw this away as I throw away my voice as it goes up into the high pitches of girls.
And with that, England wins it 3-2 on map '09. Yes, it is trolly. Yes, it's all about the bonk, but my oh my, did it give us a, in my opinion, satisfying conclusion to a hard-fought series. GG's to the English team. Moving on to losers bracket, round number 4. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye to the Danish, as they, with this loss, are knocked out of the tournament.
I don't even have a team to cheer for anymore.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, no, see, I told you, yeah. Going around like, yeah, no, you know, Greenland, blah, blah, blah.
All that Greenland talk, right? They might own Greenland, but they can't own the English. And that is a win for them. The English almost threw that twice, though. So
yeah,
it was very close, but just no cigar, right?
No cigar, indeed. It was tough, right? I definitely do, obviously, you know, like, jokes aside. It's a shame to see the Danish leave. They had a great lineup coming into the tournament, but unfortunately, you know, it came down to the wire, and Team England really gave them a run for their money, and they match very much on the same level. So very, very good to see. For those who did not realize, Scrappy rating meant that France won, not France 2, France won, losing against Belgium. Belgium taking the match 3-0, and with that, they find themselves poised against the champion of the spring edition, which is Poland. Poland having lost to France 3-1. So looking like a very, very tough round coming up for Belgium. They are competing against the champion. And for those who have seen Poland in the past, they love their campaign maps. All right, when you go like campaign maps lol, Poland does not. They love them. They actually do.
They very much so love them with a lot of passion, and they play them very well. But France too have their number, being able to beat them twice so far. So even if they go out of the losers bracket, right, all the way to the grand finals tomorrow, they will have a tough challenge ahead of them. But can Germany too get in the way of that? We shall figure that one out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming along today for this incredible match and these incredible matches, this incredible day. But tomorrow is an even bigger day, right? We've got ourselves so many matches tomorrow, and we are so excited for I am so excited for tomorrow. Today I was talking about how everyone was watching TSCC, right? Today is TSCC day. I bet you even more so tomorrow, right? We had Spammy, we had Scrappy, we had Massa, all streaming, and of course us getting a lot of viewers as well. Most eyes were on TSCC today, and tomorrow I hope so the same will happen, especially because the grand finals are tomorrow.
Grand finals are tomorrow, indeed, and we just have 6 teams remaining. I mean, it's we started today with 16, right?
Right.
We got 6 remaining. All right. With this, Portugal is out, Netherlands is out, Czech Republic is out, Russia is out, Turkey is out, Austria is out, Spain is out, what do we still have remaining? Denmark is out, so we have Germany 2, we've got France 2, we've got Poland, we've got Belgium, we've got Latvia, and we've got England 1. That's it. 6 teams. 6 teams is all we have, all from different countries. We've had 28 countries coming in, 32 teams in total, and only 6 remain. So please come on by tomorrow. Check out the Discord if you haven't already, so you can stay updated. Check out the Twitter as well. We do post it there. And obviously the tournament page and the Liquipedia pages will be updated as well as we go. We'll be starting tomorrow again at 1 p.m. CEST. So that'll be around 7 a.m. if you're in America. That'll be around, what is that, 7, 8 p.m. depending on where you're in Asia. Maybe a bit later. All depends on the time zones. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.